Alright, hello and welcome to Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era, where we're going to be doing a playthrough as the faction of Hive. And I've got a strategy here that I think is extremely powerful, just from a few minutes of trying it out. I'm pretty sure it is one of the strongest early game strategies available in the game. But before I explain it in detail, this is the first Hive playthrough I've done, so we're going to talk through the various heroes that are available. So first hero is Neve. She is a pretty classic hero type. Most factions have a hero like this, if not all of them. Creatures in her army deal 10% more basic damage and an additional 1% for every 2 levels, and she increases the strength of ranged and long reach damage, who get an additional plus 1% to their damage every 2 levels. Maelstrom is the Reaver specialist, so pretty classic creature specialist. He increases the growth of Reavers by 1, gives them 1 additional speed and initiative and 20% extra HP. He also allows their attack and defense to increase by 1 for every 3 levels, and we can also see he does start off with a small stack of Reavers as well. Nor is another kind of archetypal hero that most factions have access to. He gains 1 additional attribute, so that's attack, defense, spell power or knowledge for every 2 levels, and he also gains an additional plus 5% bonus experience for every 2 levels. Zoran, the self-founded, is the Waurm or Waurm specialist. I'm not quite sure how that's supposed to be pronounced, but a pretty ordinary creature specialist, except for the fact he starts off with 2 Waurms, and I will be coming back to this very shortly. Curson, Duke of Rage, is the Heroic Strike specialist. He deals an additional plus 10 damage with his Heroic Strike and a further plus 5 for every 6 hero levels, and he also, through that Heroic Strike, reduces the target's initiative by 1 until the end of the battle, and that effect is able to stack. Tavi is effectively the specialist of this faction's unique Summon Swarm skill, which is a skill where you're able to spawn eggs using a focus charge, and those will then hatch at the next round, or alternatively you can spend 2 focus charges to hatch the stack of fire larvae yourself. Basically, the Hive larvae you spawn will have the equivalent of a certain percentage of the total hit points of all your combined Hive spawn units, which is all your kind of native units. They're able to do things like blowing up on the opposing units when they're destroyed. Tavi in particular gives them an even larger percentage of your Hive spawn's overall hit points when they spawn, and the overall hit points of her fire larvae stacks will be increased by an additional 1% for every 2 hero levels she gains. Lo is the Locust specialist and starts off with 3 stacks of Locusts, otherwise a pretty standard specialist hero. Golden Tongue is the morale specialist, so all friendly creatures have plus 1 morale. They also have a higher chance of triggering positive morale, and for every 4 levels Golden Tongue gains, the bonus is increased by a further 1%. Abigor, the Duke of Battle, is the Tactics specialist, so he has plus 1 hex to the creature placement range, and he's also able to see the position of neutral armies before he places his creatures. In addition, his creatures will gain plus 1 initiative for every 6 hero levels. Flu is the Movement specialist. Again, this is an archetypal hero. Most factions do have a hero like this. She gains an additional plus 5% movement points for every 8 hero levels, and she also moves significantly more efficiently on roads. Zir is immune to negative effects in battles and on the global map, and his creatures take less magic damage. Minus 10% magic damage as a base, and an additional minus 2% magic damage for every 3 hero levels. Bathim, Duke of Jewels, is an economic specialist who's going to give you plus 1 crystals per day, and an additional plus 1 crystals for every 5 hero levels. He also increases the amount of crystals you find on the map by 100%. Lyra is the Hornet specialist, pretty classic creature specialist hero, but she does start off with 3 separate stacks of Hornets. Gru is the Hive Queen specialist, so Hive Queens being the most elite creature available in this town. Gru does start off with a pretty basic Hive starting army, so you don't start off with any Hive Queens, but that additional plus 1 growth to Hive Queens makes a massive difference to them in particular, and the additional plus 20% hit points also makes them a real power stack. Myla starts off with the Masterful Haste spell, which is a version of haste that affects all friendly creatures, so that's always going to be extremely powerful. In addition, the effective spell power is increased by 1 for every 3 hero levels. Oryx has the Masterful Blink spell, which is a version of Blink that allows you to move enemy creatures, and the cost of the spell is also reduced by 1 mana for every 3 hero levels, so eventually becomes effectively free. Karaseth is the Primal Magic specialist, so they receive plus 1 level to all primal spells, and an additional plus 1 for every 10 hero levels, and when you use Karaseth, casting primal spells does not prevent them from using other spells of the same magic school. Also prevents the enemy hero from casting primal spells, so potentially very powerful in that context too. And then finally we have Pauper, who increases the speed of friendly creatures by +1, and a further +1 speed for every 8 hero levels. So even though I do think Gru is one of the strongest heroes available to this town, because Gru effectively has the same bonus as Zoran the Self-Founded, but because Hive Queens are so powerful, that +1 growth goes that a little bit further, and the +20% hit points goes that a little bit further too. So the overall effect of Gru's specialty is bigger than the effect of Zoran the Self-Founded specialty. However, this does bring me on to what I think is an extremely powerful strategy in the game, which is this starting army of 2 Waurms. So the Waurms are able to consume the bodies of fallen enemy units, and I think possibly also your own units. And in doing so, they're able to gain 65 hit points back. In addition, if you have lost one, they're able to resurrect themselves through the devouring of corpses, and it doesn't even cost them their turn. So the ability to gain 65 hit points just by landing on an enemy corpse in the early game is extremely powerful, and in this playthrough we're going to be demonstrating just how powerful that is. So we're going to select Zoran as our starting hero. We're going to play on the map Highway, which I think is an interesting looking map, medium-sized, 2 players. It's a 1 hero only template, and it's pretty linear. As you can see, we move through the zones, conquering towns, and eventually confront our opponent at the end. Should be pretty interesting and should give us a chance to really show off how powerful this strategy can be. I do think it probably tapers off in the late game. However, Waurms are the only creature currently available to this town that can upgrade into a range unit. So they're still going to be pretty useful throughout the game, even if Hive Queens are theoretically able to become a more powerful stack. We're playing on impossible difficulty against hard AI, and with all of that said, let's see how this goes. So here is our starting location. You can see we've started off with 2 Waurms, so they're tier 6 units, 120 hit points each. Good stats across the board, also pretty good initiative, pretty good movement. They're able to blink so they can get around obstacles, and this Corpse Eater ability in particular is what makes them so strong in the early game. Able to resurrect themselves, able to regain over half of their hit points just by landing on certain hexes. I also think they're just one of the coolest looking units in the game as well. So it should be fun to use. They reduce the enemy creature's luck by 1 as well. And outside of that, they're pretty standard units. But yeah, 2 of them already is a really powerful stack. You can do a lot with those. So we are able to recruit some additional creatures if we want to. I actually don't think we necessarily need to. I think what we want to do is we want to try to move towards Burning Soul Burrows as soon as possible. So in order to get the first stage of that, we need a Paper Nest and we need the chitinous ziggurat. We also need a lot of crystals, so there was that crystal specialist that we could have bought, but I think we'll be able to find those through other means. So the Paper Nest just requires wood, that shouldn't be too bad to do. The Carrion Lair we already have, we start off with that. The chitinous ziggurat also requires crystal. So basically we just need a lot of crystal and a lot of wood, which all feels fairly achievable. I think what I will do is I'll build this. We don't necessarily need to go for a gold bonus straight away. I think if we just go for additional lore points, that's going to give us a really strong start. I do think lore points are really important for this faction because of the Summon Swarm ability. Basically what that allows us to do, if you've not seen this faction before, is it allows us to lay some eggs on the field and they will then spawn into fire larvae at the beginning of the next round. And in order to do that, we do need to have a focus charge. So this is why I think this is one of the most important laws for this faction. Focus reserves allows us to start the battle with a focus charge, and we can use that to potentially lay down some eggs at the beginning of the very first round. Okay, so here's our starting location. You can see we have some nearby fights. There's an ore mine just there with a heavy guard. This is considered a lethal battle, it says, with 2 types of schism creatures. And then to the west of that, we've got a fight with halflings who are guarding a gold mine. So 2 pretty relevant and pretty powerful early game map objectives. We're going to show straight away how powerful these Waurms can be. It says this is a lethal battle. but because we're able to resurrect our Waurms, it's actually a lot safer than it looks. So yeah, we're going to throw ourselves into this. Going to move as far forward as we can so we have some options. We start the battle there. Just going to zoom in on this thing because I think these are really cool looking. We're going to wait. We're going to allow them to approach. We do have the highest initiative on the field, so we do get 2 moves in a row at the end of this turn. So stack of 6 comes a little bit closer. I think what we want to do is we want to destroy this stack of 7 immediately. That gives us access to a corpse at some point. So we kill them off. We now have access to this corpse in order to get some of our hit points back. And with that being done, I think we want to start weakening these guys because they do have the long reach attacks, which is a little bit annoying to deal with. We are going to be pretty much surrounded here. We're going to take quite a lot of damage, but they're not really positioning themselves on the corpse, so we can get those hit points straight back if we want to. We could do it right now, and I think in this kind of fight it actually should be fairly safe. We can also go for the basic summon swarm, which will at least distract them, but I think it's actually more useful to thin these out a bit so that we can finish them off, create another corpse. So yeah, you can see we fully heal ourselves, we kill off the next stack, and we'll be able to do that again going into the next round. So taking some damage here. Glance of the Abyss is going to be a bit of damage. I think pure damage at the end of the round, which we do take just there. But overall doesn't do too much harm to us. We can go for another heroic strike against these, we can finish them off, and we can essentially just chain. So we devour the next corpse, and we create a new corpse to devour in the turn after. They actually, okay. So they do have a trick up their sleeve. They're able to summon some additional units. Perhaps in this case, we should go for Summon Swarm. I don't think it matters too much, but it allows us to show off what they do. What they will do in this case is, because at this level the eggs can be destroyed by any hit, they will definitely send at least one of their units just to attack that. But that's fine. We're going to kill off this stack of 5. We still have enough hit points that we shouldn't really be at any serious risk. So yeah, they do send that weak stack just to finish off our eggs. That's pretty much fine. There's nobody immediately next to a corpse here, which is unfortunate. But this stack of 6 we can pretty easily move away from. So I think we want to kill off this stack of 4. They actually don't spawn with a corpse when we do that. So perhaps what we want to do is we want to kill these off with Heroic Strike. We do still have a focus charge left, so we can spawn some of these just in case. And then we're just going to go ahead and take advantage of the corpses, as there is another corpse just there, so we go for that too. Get ourselves straight back up to full hit points, and we have 3 fire larvae here. Pretty weak at this level, but it's still a free unit stack, so we'll take it. We'll send them in to do a little bit of damage, as the enemy does just about survive. Obviously at this point we're completely fine. We can devour the corpse, or we can not devour the corpse. The battle was pretty much already won from the start, so that was supposed to be a lethal difficulty battle, but thanks to devouring the corpse it was absolutely fine. Now there is a little bit of a warning around this, which is obviously don't rush into any fight that you feel like you could win with corpse eating, because it's not going to work against undead, embodiments, or constructs. So for example, we should definitely not try it in this fight. We're not ready for that yet. So it's a little bit luck based, because if you do get a guard like this, guarding something important, it does kind of limit your options. But still, it's so powerful that I don't think it's a major drawback at all. So should we go for this sawmill? I think we should. It's a really similar fight. Should have a very similar outcome. So again, we start off just by waiting. Allow them all to come closer. I think we'll move towards the top. We do have a chance of killing this stack off, and it should stop some of these stacks at the bottom from reaching us. And yeah, if we wanted to, we could try and go for like a kiting strategy. We could hit and run, but there's no real need to. We should be able to just brawl them outright. So there we go, we've got our first corpse available. So we actually don't need to go for that at all. We could pretty safely go for this stack instead, which stops the stack to the right here from reaching us. So I'm going to go for Heroic Strike, make sure we can finish them off when we attack them. Then we have 2 corpses available. Need to be a bit careful of the shots because they could of course go for that resurrection again, but we can see we're going to have a pretty easy option here to devour a corpse. They go for Glance of the Abyss, so they're still able to damage us actually, but we can just go straight for this corpse. Attack them at the same time, get our hit points back. Theoretically we could take a loss here, but that's the other thing about this, we can just resurrect, get our stack straight back. Okay, I think we're going to Heroic Strike these. And yeah, we don't really need to go for the summon spawn strategy here. So at this point they're not able to do enough damage to overcome our hit point recovery. We finish these off with Heroic Strike, devour the corpse, and we finish them off with a Lucky Strike. So again, pretty straightforward, we do level up. And we're offered 3 choices, so Advanced Nightshade Magic. The sub-skills available here, we can reduce the cooldowns of our Nightshade spells, which we don't currently have any of. We can reduce enemy creature maximum hit points by 1, which is kind of interesting in this kind of early game phase, because we're up against a lot of pretty low HP units here. But then again, the early game is arguably when we're at our strongest, so that's not necessarily the best option. If we go for tactics instead, we can gain +3 attack for each adjacent enemy, which could be actually really strong with this strategy because we do just have the one powerful stack that we're using. There's also easy prey. So when an enemy waits, friendly creatures gain +2 initiative until the end of the round. That's pretty interesting. Gain 1 focus charge each time the enemy uses a spell. This is just a 1v1, so probably not too important to go for that. If we do carry it through all the way to expert level, we can gain +3 defense for each adjacent ally, which is doubled if we know defense. We can also gain the ability that when a friendly creature kills an enemy with a counterattack, their counterattacks are refreshed for the round. And finally, whenever friendly creatures or the hero spend focus, they temporarily restore 4 mana. That doesn't seem that great to me, to be honest. I think we do just go for Advanced Summon Swarm, which is going to increase the hit point total of that stack to 12% of our Hive spawns. So a bit of a choice here, we could just go for the basic Warmth of the Nest, increase our overall strength on this terrain. But if we actually do want to use the Fire Larvae strategy properly, we should consider one of these 2 instead. I think I do just like Ravage, especially if we end up attacking our opponent. Warmth of the Nest might not even benefit us in the most important battles. +1 damage for each Fire Larvae. Feels like a good choice. Then we go to the sawmill, we're going to pick up this wood because of course it's one hero mode, there's no one else around to do this for us. Go for the treasure chest, we are still going to go for the gold, and what we really want to find is a source of crystals. Although, the alchemical lab there could be a pretty important objective. We don't want to be taking this fight, these guys are way too strong for us. So the parasites are the level 1 creature of this faction, that's all fine. Problem is the volcanic scorpions, 20 to 49 of these, 60 hit points each. This is definitely a longer term objective. Not going to try and go for that. So what to go for next? There are some crystals just here, which require us to break through the halflings, I believe. Also some experience if we go to the west, so yeah, I think we do that first. We do get offered basic offense, so that's a really nice option immediately. We've already looked at Advanced Nightshade Magic a little bit. If we look at the advanced classes, there's Broodmother, which doubles the base stats of our Fire Larvae, and there's Soul Eater, which grants us the ability for the hero to consume a target corpse, and we will then gain attack, defense, and spell power to the end of the battle. So that obviously feels like it kind of contradicts our Waurm strategy. I think offense is really nice here. I don't think we need to go for an advanced class. So we take the experience, I think we can do this. 3 to 4 damage each. Fine Bolt's ability I don't think changes things too much, and they're also not sharpshooters. So yeah, this I think is pretty doable. So we've done all we can do for the first turn, we end it there. But yeah, you can kind of see already how this does give us such a strong start. I think we're going to throw ourselves straight into this. We don't yet have access to any further laws. We do want to take this +1 defense. Let's go for it. So we're going to try and move as far forward as possible so we can close them down. And we're just going to wait. Make sure they can't do too much damage to us. Yeah, that's not such a bad amount of damage. Should be able to get all of these hit points back. And we can also go for Summon Swarm if we want to. Which I think is fine to do. We're going to try it up here. And just to try to stop that stack, actually we do just spawn them at the start of the round, which is a little bit easier. I was going to say we need to try and protect them, but it's going to be fine. Okay, let's go for the stack of 9. These will weaken this stack. Still going to focus down the Waurms, that's fine. They go for Fine Bolts, so they're doing a little bit more damage now. But yeah, even if we take a loss here, we are able to devour the corpse, resurrect the second Waurm, and we do get the kill just there. We can also go for another Summon Swarm, but we might be better off waiting till the end of the round to do that. Let's just see how much longer do these actually last. So this stack has 1 turn left to go. It will die when the effect expires, but we should still be able to wait for now. I think we do that. They're still going to target the Waurms, that's fine. Allows us to bring our next stack in immediately, so we go for the Summon Swarm down here. That's going to be the end of the round pretty much. We're going to go for these. We're going to be killed by the retaliation, actually not quite, but we do explode at the end of the round there. Able to do a little bit of damage to them through that. And we don't have an immediate corpse to devour here. So if we were to go for Heroic Strike, that's not going to quite finish this stack off. I think our best bet is still... Actually, I think we wait. No, blocking 2 range stacks at once feels like a good play. So let's weaken these. Then we kill these off. AI clearly smart enough to not over-prioritize the larvae there. Okay, let's just devour these, get our second Waurm back. Need to be a little bit careful here, not to take that needless loss, but at this point it's pretty much completely safe. There we go, 0 losses once again. We take the additional defense from this, and yeah, let's definitely ignore this. Start moving back. I don't think we're quite ready for fights like this. This one could potentially work out, but it's a little bit risky. It's tier 2 creatures instead of tier 1. I think this strategy is mainly good for preventing losses in these really early fights, just getting momentum through that. Doesn't necessarily allow us to take really tough fights. So this is a creature bank. I don't think we want to be going for that yet. We could move south for the treasure chest, that should be fine to do, let's do that. 2,000 gold is offered. I think we take it. Then if we continue moving south, we can take a common resource of our choice. Not going to be able to take this fight to the west. I think we will keep exploring. This is guarded by undead, so we definitely don't want to do it. And I'm not really seeing too much that appeals around here. Could go to the windmill at least. Okay, let's go back to the main town, and could go straight in for the paper nest if we want to, but in order to actually go for the burning soul barrows, we're still going to need a lot more resources. So I think Apiary's Heart level 2 is the quickest boost we can do for our economy. Mage Guild we do need at some point, but it's not required for the Chitinous Cigarette. So let's just go Apiary's Heart, and I think we do want some astrology points. We go for the astrology points because on one hero mode, I think the ability to unlock these neutral spells as soon as possible has kind of an outsized impact. Okay, we move a little bit further south. There actually are some crystals down there we can pick up, which is great, and probably not optimal to be going this far off-road. We probably should return to the town, but we've moved as far as we can for now, so let's end the turn there. Still gonna go for these crystals, just because they are so important. Only get 2 of them though, that's pretty unlucky. Go across to this, we just get some stone. Okay, not a great turn that. I think we really do need to get back to the road. But in the meantime, let's keep going for economic upgrades. If we do have a chance of reaching this before the end of the week, that is obviously what we should do. Slightly short of the crystal for this, it's unfortunate. We also do still kind of need more gold. Not clear how we afford things right now. We could break through this fight. So let's have a look what we're up against. So this is our tier 1 unit, this is the basic kind. They do have topple the strong. So plus 3% damage for each tier of difference. So they're going to do 15% more damage to us because we're tier 6. Same thing here, it's still just the plus 3% damage, so plus 15% in total. They do have Vanguard, so for each other unique Hive creature in the army they gain plus 1 attack. That's only going to be plus 2 attack though, or plus 1 even. The stat comparison, they have higher attack, higher movement, otherwise the same. I think that's a fight we can take, even if we can't go for the creature bank. I think by taking that, we should be able to reach the treasure chest. Plus it's some extra experience either way. Okay, I'm going to go for the bank. Make sure we build up our economy. And we do have access to our first law, so the options are resource riches. We can also go for laws of the Hive to enable us to reach that all-important focus reserves a little bit sooner. I don't think it is super important though that we do. There are other strategies we can go for with this faction that are a bit more dependent on spawning those Hive larvae. But I don't think that matters too much here. Then again, what else would we really do? Hidden Desires is kind of useful, but it's also a little bit situational, and it's quite an expensive investment. 3 lore points at this stage of the game. So maybe actually Laws of the Hive to get us through to this next level as soon as possible, because not only is that useful for focus reserves, it also allows us to go for mining crystals, which might be what we need in order to actually get that dwelling. Okay, let's end the turn there. We are going to go straight for this fight. Let's just absolutely make sure. So yeah, Hive spawns. We should still be able to devour their corpses. Let's go for this. So they do have the long reach, which is kind of annoying, but their speed isn't so good that it's impossible to play around, and we can also kill a stack with each attack, so that's perfect. I think we'll go for these first. And then we do have the highest initiative, so we can move twice in a row. Let's just kill these off next. And yeah, this fight is again looking pretty straightforward for us. They've chosen to stand next to a corpse, which is perfect. We can just finish them off. Devour the corpse with straight back up to full hit points. And we can see actually our stench is reducing their luck too. They've had a couple of unlucky strikes already. Don't even really need to use our focus charges. Okay, and no obvious corpse to be devoured here. I think in this case I'm going to spawn these. If nothing else, they're going to form a nice block. And then I think we just go for this. I don't think this really stops them, but let's do it. Let's weaken them a bit too. So yeah, they do destroy the eggs as expected. They don't position themselves on the corpse, which is slightly inconvenient, but doesn't really matter too much. We can still go for the corpses. Don't necessarily have to attack at the same time. Gets us straight back to full hit points. And the fight is already over. So we reached level 4, we've got access to basic luck. That is making me kind of curious. We do have... no we don't, we have Nightshade magic. We could go for primal magic, which does combine well with luck, but that doesn't mean we should do it. So additional gold and resources from piles on the global map could actually be very useful in one hero mode. Could also go for Maria's Chosen for -2 luck in total for the opponents. If we go for the Lucky Hit as our final sub-skill, enemy won't counterattack. We can also have spells, land lucky strikes, and we can also have additional luck each time we land a lucky strike. I don't think any of that is super important to go for now. Don't think we need to rush into primal magic either. Let's just go for Expert, Summon, Swarm, and we now have a choice. If we don't really want to lean into the Fire Larvae strategy, we can go for Hive Power. It could be interesting, but I think we do want the Hardened Shells ability just to allow us to use those as a kind of barrier. Okay, so that being done, we go to the treasure chest. We're going to take the gold. Let's see what this guard is. I almost wonder if we could do it, but I don't think we can. It's just a little bit too much. So the wood just up here, I don't think it's really a priority. I think we're just going to move straight back to the north. This fight here I should have taken a lot sooner. I'm pretty sure I can do this. And that additional 1,000 gold per turn is going to be super important. Okay, let's go towards that. Let's go back into this, and let's go for Paper Nest at last. We are going to be getting a lot of gold from next turn onwards. Still leaves the crystals as a bit of a problem. Not quite sure where we're going to get more of those. There is a bit to the west there, and that should at least allow us to go for the ziggurat. And we have reached the next level for our laws. Can go for Laws of the Hive again, and I think we will. Because yeah, I do just want to go towards mining crystals as soon as possible. End the turn there. And then yeah, we've got to fight against the halflings. They are sharpshooters, which makes them pretty scary, but at the same time, these things are pretty tough. Should be able to take some hits. So yeah, we don't start off with any spells, so we're just going to wait. Okay, so we do have a focus charge. We can go for Summon Swarm. I think we drop that down there. They will spawn at the start of next round. So in a way, for a fight like this, the sub-skill we just took doesn't really make much difference, but it's still fine. I think it makes sense to go for this middle stack, because then we can attack either of these two for the corpse, as we are about to take a loss, but again, we can resurrect ourselves. Okay, so if we go for this, we are going to end up exploding ourselves, but that should actually happen regardless, so I think we're going to go for another swarm down here. We'll be retaliated against, but we explode. We deal a lot of damage to those two stacks. We immediately get another stack, and we're able to devour the corpse here. And then we actually do more damage than it said we would, because we have, of course, gained our second unit back. As they're clearly still focusing us down, that's fine. Kill these off. Prioritize getting our units back. Got a little bit of panic there that we might have lost our unit, but no, we're fine. Heroic Strike deals additional damage. That could be kind of useful. Costs 1 fewer focus charges. So we can just keep doing it. I really do like that. Alternatively, after the first death of a friendly stack, we can use Heroic Strike again. I don't think that's that important. Heroic Strike deals 10% more damage. Yeah, I think the ability to use it for free is really the clear standout there. If we kill an enemy using Heroic Strike, we can use it again. And we can also use Heroic Strike to remove the enemy's counterattacks. I actually quite like that. Feels like a good option. If we go for Advanced Defense instead, we can generate +1 focus points per attack, which is doubled if we know luck. We didn't choose to go for that, but we could still be offered it. And +2 attack for each point of morale. Then if we continue going for it, Shadow Blades is not too relevant for our current strategy. The ability to deal more damage to summoned enemy creatures is probably not going to be too important in most cases. I actually quite like combat here. I think we go for that. Then let's make sure we claim this, of course. Grab all of this extra gold, go straight for the crystals. That gives us enough to go back to this town. Go for the chitinous ziggurat. And now we have theoretically everything we need for the burning soul barrows. The problem is we are going to need a lot more crystals. And it's not clear where we get those. Still, we'll move towards the gold for now. Prioritize as much of that as we can. I think in the absence of anything else obvious to do, this would be the obvious point to go for the Mage Guild. Okay, let's end the turn there. And yeah, we've returned to our town, so we can pick up some more units if we want to. There's not necessarily anything wrong with doing that, but I don't think it's necessarily that important either. So yeah, let's go for Mage Guild. Let's get ourselves a few spells. So we've got Enlarged Shadow, which means the friendly creature has additional attack and defense. That's pretty useful to us for obvious reasons. We can use Healing Water to heal ourselves up without devouring corpses. Shorten Shadow to nerf an enemy. Blessing to allow us to deal plus 20% damage. And Energize to allow us to gain focus charges, which is of course very good for summoning those fire larvae. Okay, so some pretty good options there. We're going to go back into this. I am going to go straight for mining crystals, I think, because this strategy is going to be slowed down if we can't gain more worms. So this fight just here, it is against much stronger units. The Sun's Aegis would be fine, as with the Ostringers, but the Sun Heralds, they're tier 4 units. Potentially up to 20 of those. So I don't think we're ready for that. This fight is a lethal battle. They're tier 2 units. They have weak spots, so their Lucky Strikes deal additional damage. That's actually pretty handy for us because we of course drop their luck. Sharper Blades, each attack increases their luck by 1, but that only cancels out our ability, so that's not necessarily a problem. Hit and Run though is pretty annoying for us. I still think we could do it, but the reward is not that great. Although golden crystals, could we be strong enough to do it? I think 20 to 49 is a manageable number. Should we go to this first? A random skill. I think we do. We go to this, it offers arcane magic. We don't have to take it if we don't want to. I do think it's a good ability, we'll take it. Then we can go for the additional defense. Maybe we do that and come back, and if we see anything good as we move across, we could consider going for that. So we can take a common resource of our choice. There's a bit of gold there too. Already built this turn. I think we will go for that. So we're going to go for wood since we're running a bit low on that. We go for the gold just there. And if we go to the north, there's a fight with undead. Again, we don't want to risk going for that. This fight leads to additional maximum mana. That's pretty good, but let's see if we can make this work first. We can of course go back and pick up some additional units, but next turn is day 7. So it's kind of now or never. I think we go for it. I'm not sure we can really take the guard, but we're going to try it. Still get some experience even if we don't go for the creature bank. So none of these things can reach us for now, so we go for wait. They mostly choose to wait, but ultimately still have to come forward. Okay, so this is a pretty nice looking position. Can go for a spell if we want to. So we could go for Energize, for example, and then we can immediately hatch some Fire Larvae. Which, if I were really worried about this fight, I'd probably do that, but I actually think we should be fine. I'm going to try this, I might regret it. So we could Devour the Corpse if we want to. I'm just thinking, because these can hit and run, this could be slightly awkward for us, although the stack at the bottom can't reach us. So in total, we have enough to go for 1 Energize. Yeah, the main problem is we're not gonna... Let me just check this. Main problem is we're not gonna retaliate. So we do retaliate, right? So they have hit and run. Veil of Shadows, they can't be targeted until the end of the round, that's an active ability, and this is... Yeah, they're gonna have to retaliate against us. So I'm hoping they'll go to this hex on the left, so we can take 2 corpses, but I'm not sure that's gonna work. Anyway, we're gonna wait. They actually do go for that, so that's perfect. We've got 2 places we can feed already if we want to. And they choose not to go for the hit and run, which is interesting. So I guess we'll just kill these. Need to be a little bit careful here. We do get to move twice. If we wait, that's the ideal option for going for the Summon Swarm. But I think we still want to attack. Get our hit points back. Kill these off. And yeah, this fight is completely fine. So no immediate level up for that, we go for this, it's a lethal battle. Could we win that? We'd need to use our spells for sure. So let's have a look, we go to recruit creatures, it is I think just basic locusts. I would be tempted to try this. It's day 7, if we win this. We already do have enough gold. We need 7 crystals. Which is probably not going to happen. I'm going to try this. So we're going to spawn as far away as we can. And we do get to move first. But only one of these stacks can reach us, and we will retaliate against those. We could also just move in straight to attack them. But we don't really need to do that. So they get an unlucky strike, nothing else is currently able to reach us. Now it's the end of the round, we don't have a focus charge to go for a swarm. I'd be tempted to try... Let's just see what's the safest stack we can attack. We might want to go to a corner where only one stack can reach us. So maybe we go down here. So do we go for our spell? I think Energize is the one that stands out. Just so we can immediately produce some Fire Larvae. But let's see how we do without that for now. So this hex here, we can be attacked from 3 different hexes. Don't think there's any option where that's not the case. Yeah, we always have to potentially brawl 3 stacks at once. I'm going to go down here for now. Next round begins, we are just going to wait here for now. The stack does come in, does a pretty nice amount of damage to us. Our lucky strike kills just over half of them. Okay, this is starting to look a little bit dangerous. I think we do want to go for Energize. And I think we do want to drop our swarm just here. Then let's go for this. Next round begins, our stack has spawned. We can go for Heroic Strike to kill these off. I think we might be better off waiting though. We could also spawn another swarm, which they'd have to attack twice to break through. The problem is these units do attack twice anyway, so it's not so strong to do it here. I think we go for wait. Ah, it actually friendly fires. That's quite important information. Okay, they're going to park themselves right on top of that corpse there, which is really unfortunate. And we have not enough spell points to go for anything else. Okay, so with that being the case, I think we move away for now. If we were to go Heroic Strike, doesn't quite kill these off. So yeah, I think in this round, we want to go for a swarm. So we drop that there. Move across. Only 2 of those spawn because we have lost one of our Waurms, which means we do have fewer hit points for them to be spawned from. Okay, I think we wait. We can send the stack in if we want to. Maybe we wait with these as well, as they are the slowest on the field. Okay, we do want these to do something, so we can send them in just so that they explode on the enemy. It's this stack of 8 that I want to destroy the most, so if there was a position where I could get the stack of 8 to attack me and nothing else, I would do that, but it's not going to work. Yeah, they can reach all the same hexes. Okay, I'm just going to move across as far as I can. So we can move across and devour the corpse now if we want to. I think that's probably fine to do. Problem is, if we do go for that, we're not able to summon the swarm afterwards. So we're only going to get 2. Does somewhat detract from the usefulness of that. I think we still kind of need to go for this, although we might have to move away straight afterwards. So we don't necessarily need to go for the focus charge just yet. We can still regenerate hit points. And we can just move away. Do we try to spawn first? So we could use one of these just as a distraction, but I don't think that's the right play. Heroic Strike's still not going to deal too much damage, and yeah, all of the enemy stacks can currently reach us. We could drop the summon swarm, but yeah, because these attack twice, I think that's the thing that makes me feel cautious about that. I'm going to go to the top. They will choose to wait, but they have to move in regardless. So we can position ourselves such that only the stack of 8 can reach us. Can do the same thing with the stack of 13. The stack of 8 is obviously the easier prey. So yeah, I think we want to go... Do we drop the swarm? If we go Lucky Strike, we can guarantee we kill those off. Gives us another corpse to devour. I'm going to go to here. So enemies all move in, a new round begins. There are no fully safe locations we can move to. We can, however, kill these off using Heroic Strike. Question is this worth it if we have to be hit by all 3 stacks? I think we're going to try it. So we do have enough to go for another Heroic Strike when we need to. This hits the one that scares me, but we do take it okay. Okay, let's move back. So there are still some quite safe places we can go. Okay, in this case, I think we'll go for a swarm. And I'm going to try going somewhere different to that. So this stack of 4 is going to attack us, but then we kill it off. And then at least one of these two will go for the larvae. Presumably the stack of 8. So yeah, that's fine. I think let's avoid using our focus charges for now. So yeah, we kill that stack off. We're now able to devour it. I think we're going to spawn this, get our hit points back from this. They choose to go for the eggs, which is perfect because that is a complete waste of their time. Stack of 5 can reach us. Not really actually safe to attack those. Need to be careful here because we could lose one of the worms. I think the safest bet is to move away. Do we allow them to attack us with this stack? If we do, we could then counterattack them. And that could be useful. But no, I think we just move to the side. As they do choose to go for these, that is absolutely fine because we're going to explode on both of those stacks. Do a nice little bit of damage. The problem with this is we're now a little bit short on the focus charges. And it's difficult to single out this one stack. Let's try this. Okay, still not quite able to go for another focus charge. Do we still go for this? I think we're better off moving away. Then we go back across to this. We get the hit points back, they're not able to reach us immediately. We're just short of going for a focus charge, which is really quite unfortunate. Yeah, they're too fast for us to really trap. I think we're just gonna have to brawl. They shouldn't kill us immediately. So they hit us once there, they hit us again, we kill them off. Yeah, so that was actually a little bit overcautious on my part, but obviously got to be pretty careful in a fight like this. So, basic recruitment. If we lean into that, we can increase the growth of all our creatures by staying in the town. In one hero mode, we're not going to be doing that. Elite guards, not really the kind of thing we want to go for either. Veterans, tier 4 growth is increased by 2, but we are not, our specialist creature is tier 6, so that's not too important. And then relocation allows us to interact with a controlled city, enabling the transfer of creatures. That one actually is pretty good. Friendly creatures gain 2 hit points, and mentors allows creatures to be upgraded outside the city, provided the army already contains the upgraded version. I wonder if we just go for Nightshade magic though. This could still be nice. It comes in on day 7. It's going to give us more parasites. And then I do quite like the option of relocation, although we could just wait until we get Town Portal for that. I'm going to go for Advanced Nightshade Magic, and I'm going to reduce the cooldown of our Nightshade spells 4 crystals. So for all of that, we still don't actually have enough to go for it. We also don't have a marketplace, so there's nothing we can really do to work around that. What we could do instead is we do now have enough to go for the Apex, so we can at least get an extra week's worth of Reaver growth. I think the Apex obviously wins. On day 7 we want as much growth as possible, so we've now got growth of at least our first 5 different types of creatures. Let's actually have a look. How good are these? So 45 hit points each. They're Apex Predators, they deal extra damage to higher tier units. They can also, by using a focus charge, use an attack that doesn't provoke a counterattack. Which is pretty interesting just because of the higher initiative. But this faction obviously does have use for focus charges, so it's not necessarily super useful. Okay, let's move through. So Lethal Battle just there, these are tier 3 creatures. We probably don't really want to take those on. Just gonna keep exploring for now. Lethal Battle just there. That's for extra wood. Let's go for this knowledge at least. Okay, that's as far as we can go. So it is day 7. No immediate lore available, that makes sense. So if we want to go for Town Portal, which is super useful to us, we need to be at least level 8. And we need 3 astrology points. Okay, Trophy Hunter's Den, what's involved in this? 5 of these. Yeah, I don't know if we want to do that. Probably don't. This is also a lethal battle. 25 hit points each, yeah. I doubt it'll be 250 of them, but we do not want to be going for that. Let's at least go for this fight. This should be very possible to do with no losses. These ones are the sharpshooters, which is a little bit scarier, but I don't think it makes them so strong we can't overcome them. If we want to, we can go for something else, so mining crystals perhaps. 2 crystals per day instead of 1. Doesn't help us in this immediate fight, but I think on 1 hero mode it is pretty difficult to build up that economy, so we're still going to do it. Let's go for... I think we can just power through this. So we can already go in if we want to. They are sharpshooters, so hanging back doesn't actually help us. Let's go for it. They want to spend 2 turns attacking that, that's fine. Yeah, they actually choose to ignore it. Okay. I kind of want to heroic strike these just to finish them off. It is currently not possible to get a corpse and to also attack on the same round. So our heroic strike kills 8 off, so not quite enough. We could wait, but I don't think it makes much difference. Let's just kill these off. Okay, I think we're going to kill these. And we do get high morale. That's good because we can move ourselves to a place where we're not going to friendly fire. Okay, we devour the corpse. That's going to allow us to get our second Waurm back, and we're able to do enough damage to finish them off in one shot. These things are about to explode anyway. I think we still kill these. So you have no losses, 1,000 experience. This guard, we don't want to be fighting 30 of those things. Let's get this at least. So do we just go for the experience here? I think we still want the gold, and I think we want to come back and actually start diversifying our army a bit. So if we go back into the town, the burning soul burrows are still potentially up to a week away. Well, actually no, because we're gaining 2 per turn. So we should be guaranteed, as long as we don't waste any crystal, we should be guaranteed to at least get that by the end of the week. That's still a little bit slow though. I wonder about just going for the marketplace. It kind of hedges our bets. We maybe don't want to spend crystal on Mage Guild 2. Although if we did, I don't think that would stop us getting this before the end of the week. Still, the marketplace gives us more options. That's too strong for us. Gems, if we break through this I'm pretty sure is very possible. This I think should be possible once we get those additional units through. So that might be the thing to do. This feels doable. Gain common and valuable resources. So this is our break. It's obviously not possible this week. Let's start coming back. End the turn there. As long as we're constructing each round, we are continuing to make progress. We're able to go for the resource depot, which gives us 1 more crystal per day. So then we're actually able to get this pretty soon. I do also really want to be able to upgrade this as soon as possible, which requires even more crystals. But building this into a real power stack is obviously extremely appealing. So if we wanted to break through this, we just need to take on those scorpion things, whatever they're called. So let's definitely go for the resource depot. I think that is very justifiable, and if we end the turn in the town, we get all of our spell points back. How much further could we go if we don't? We could actually go a fair bit further than that though. We could go to the Mercury and then come back, but I would still like to go for this treasure chest too. And there's no way we get back from there. Let's go to this. 1,250. Then we go to this. Then at this point I think it probably is fine to end the turn here. Get our spell points back. End the turn there. Small number of movement points we don't spend, but that's fine. We get all of our spell points back from the Mage Guild. So we've already recruited 3 of these, we might as well double down. So that's a pretty strong stack right there. So one of the issues with this faction is they are very much like a all-out melee offense faction, and it's very difficult to prevent attrition, which is one of the reasons I like this strategy so much, is these things can just take hits, rest off their lost hit points, and stop you taking those kind of inevitable feeling losses. So if we wanted to go for the neglected housing level 2, that does use up alchemical dust, and I'm pretty keen to hang on to some of that. Mage Guild level 2 is potentially not too bad to go for, but we should perhaps resist. Beelzebub's hand is +2 attack, which is, yeah, it's way too expensive. 5,000 gold for that is not worth it. We do have an additional lore available to us, so focus reserves I would like to save up for if possible. I don't think we need to rush into anything else. Let's go back into the town. So let's actually have a proper look at our available creatures. So 42 parasites, these things are long reach, which helps them to avoid retaliation. They are pretty tempting for that reason alone, if nothing else. The locusts, they're able to do a lot of damage. Problem is that double strike means they do have to take a retaliation on the first round. So the best way to use those is to already be attacking something else. The Hornets, similar situation, they're just a little bit frail. They are very fast, they have very high initiative. They're not too special in terms of their unique abilities if they're not upgraded. So yeah, that doesn't really jump out at me. I guess the initiative is pretty good for hit and run, but they do have to deal with retaliation. So we'd probably be relying on the Reavers and the Waurms, especially the Waurms, to absorb retaliation from something. Then we could use these two stacks to finish off whatever that is, with these being maybe the more appealing one due to their higher initiative. So if we go for Scorpions instead, they actually have the same amount of hit points as the Reavers. They also, even unupgraded, they do have some pretty interesting abilities, but these all cost us focus charges. And I think we're always going to choose to spawn our creatures instead. Still, these are at least able to take hits. They're not too expensive to go for. 4 movement's pretty bad. So the big fight we're going for is against these. I can see that parasites are going to be useful there, as long as they don't get hit. So we're going to go for the parasites, we're going to go for the scorpions, we're going to go for the hornets, and we can still afford most of the locusts, but we do probably want to build this turn. So we could go for the treasure chest to ensure we can do that. Could also still consider going for an upgrade. It would cost us our resources, that's the main off-putting thing. But if we look at what we can do, so the overgrown locust can parry, which is always very useful, but they obviously only parry with 1 attack, and these creatures are designed, the actual damage they do, the actual balancing, is designed with double strike in mind. So being able to parry doesn't necessarily mean that we're going to kill off the opponents before we can do any damage. These things have Vanguard instead, so for each unique type of creature their attack increases by 1, and whenever they kill an enemy we gain 2 focus points. They also have the Harvest ability, they can jump on a chosen corpse and devour it. That's competing with Waurms, and so I don't think we go for that at all. If we go for these options, we've got the Warden Parasite, which have Topple the Strong, which is a pretty nice ability, would help us against those Scorpions. And the Ravager Parasite, also Topple the Strong. So the big difference here is they have Vanguard, so their attack increases as we have different types of hive creatures, whereas these have additional defense instead. Upon death they generate 2 focus points too, so that's kind of interesting because we could have 1 stacks and just sacrifice them. But actually that applies to everything. Not hornets, but locusts also generate focus points by being killed. Is it worth spending? So if we look at the stat difference too, the Warden Parasites are better at taking hits. The Ravager Parasites have significantly higher attack, also higher movement, higher initiative. I think I would still take the Wardens though, just because attrition is such a problem for this town. Mage Guild level 2 is now slightly out of reach, but we could trade for it. I would be tempted by that. Obviously spending 2 crystals is not ideal. So if we actually have a look, how does this change the various equations? So Goblin Cash is going to give us a reward. This is now a normal battle. This is now a difficult battle. That gives us more crystals too. So that should be considered. We will take losses though. So Campfire and Treasure Chest there is pretty tempting. This is a difficult battle. And this is the one that makes a really big difference to us. In addition, I'm pretty sure we can take on Maria's Altar at this point too. So if we go down to the south, so it's day 3, we, in a perfect world, we'd probably actually want to go for the Tower of Love by the end of the week. Even though I do enjoy this Waurm strategy, having the additional growth of Hive Queens at the end of the start of week 3 is very powerful. So Neglected Housing too, oh it does cost 5 crystals, I didn't even pick up on that. Yeah, there's no way we're doing that. That doesn't make sense. See, I actually think Mage Guild level 2 is the no-brainer option now. So we just need to trade 2 ore, which is fine. Go for Mage Skill level 2, let's see what options this gives us. So Carapace, the target friendly creature has a barrier which prevents the next instance of damage. That's a really useful flexible spell. Energy Explosion, it's good when we have focus charges. Inner Light reduces the duration of negative effects, that's not too important. From a Bird's Eye reveals border areas, that's not too important either. Especially on a map as linear as this. Okay, so Blink and Carapace I think could be pretty useful, but actually nothing else there is that interesting. Okay, let's take a step out. This does give us gold as well as crystals, so we definitely want to go for it by the end of the week, but we'll definitely be back there before the end of the week, so it's not urgent. I think we go for this, take the gold, then we might as well go for this fight too. Can we prevent losses? I think we can. So bear in mind we cannot devour corpses here, but finally able to see a bit more of the lineup. So they're all melee units, we clearly have the initiative advantage, we're going to start by waiting. Pretty big stacks though. Okay, so if we send these in, they're actually not going to get too many kills. It's a bit risky. However, they are able to absorb retaliation, which means if we're able to reach these stacks with everything else, we could finish off one of the 3 stacks pretty quick. I think we go for this. So yep, take pretty heavy damage there, and I forgot about that, they're able to raise some additional units from that. But still, we've now absorbed the retaliation, so we go for this. We're going to be getting focus charges for this as well. Looks like we could almost finish them off, but not quite. No, we actually do. Okay, that's great. So next round begins. We can now go for the Summon Swarm, and they could spend both of their turns to finish that off, but I don't think they will. So these are going to move last, which means we will be able to move out of the way. I think we're going to summon the swarm there. We're going to try moving back. Yeah, that stack of 47 is still a problem. Something like Carapace would have been an option, but I would also prefer not to use spell points here. So yeah, we do choose to go for that, but they would have to attack it with this stack too to stop it from spawning. We don't want these getting hit. I think we move away. So we're going to take a pretty heavy hit here. But just from that one of the 2 stacks. I think we do just let it happen. We can actually send in the Scorpions to deal a little bit of damage before they come in, which I think is pretty much something we're forced to do now. As we do take a loss there, unfortunately. They choose to go for the eggs though, which is perfect. And now we are able to attack these using the long reach. Do a nice amount of damage to those. These can come in to finish them off if they want to. I think we're going to wait instead. Stack of 101 does move before the Scorpions. And there's not much we can really do about that. There is a way we could move to safety by using our spells. If we attack one more time, also, we are able to create another swarm. But I don't want to expose the Waurms to be hit by the 101. Skeletons there. We could carapace them. But we still end up getting hit somewhere else. I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to risk going for the healing water. Bring these as close to full hit points as possible. This stack waits. And now these can come in, they can finish off the stack. That then does give us enough to go for Summon Swarm, but unfortunately the stack of 101 does get to move first. So, still going to take pretty heavy losses here, unfortunately. Really heavy losses, okay, that sucks. Even heavier losses than I thought there. Especially because this is one of our few stacks that doesn't have to worry about retaliation. If we go for a Heroic Strike, we can kill 14 off. I think we go for the Swarm instead. Yeah, if we just spawned that, there's a chance they would have gone for it. If we go for this hit, there's a high chance we take a loss. But then we're free to attack them with all the rest of our stacks. So yeah, I'm just going to go for it. 2 losses, in fact. Probably shouldn't have gone for this fight in hindsight. Still, we're at least able to finish those off. So with some heavy losses, we do reach level 7. We could go for Diplomacy. We could go for Advanced Arcane Magic. So additional healing from friendly creature abilities. I don't think that applies to Devouring Corpses. Reduce the cooldown of our arcane spells. We go for basic insight. We can gain additional lore points from our heroes, especially if we go for leadership. That could be pretty good. Scholar of Magic is not relevant in 1 hero mode. Endless Charisma is a flat bonus, not necessarily that useful. I think I'm just going to go for Advanced Arcane Magic, and I don't trust that this applies to Devouring Corpses. So I'm going to go Arcane Time. And now this is considered an easy battle. So perhaps that is a fair reward, with that being the case. So what we will do is we'll spread these 2 out, and that way we will gain focus charges when we take losses from those. So yeah, 2 of our stacks have been weakened, the rest are still able to do a lot, and these things are not as strong as I feared at all. 85 hit points each, they're Dragon Slayers, they deal extra damage to dragons. Okay, that's fine. Attacks wound the target. Could be a problem. Dragon's Blood, they become immune to spells at the end of the next round, but they have to use 3 focus charges, which they're not going to get. Okay, so if we go in now, we get 0 kills. You could argue this stack is no longer our power stack. I think we want to move away. Okay, so next round begins. The Scorpions probably should have moved back instead if I'd planned that out better. So they move next. They will probably go for the stack of 11 just there. We could try to stop them. I don't think Carapace really helps us that much. We could go for Energize, and it only costs 8 now. So yeah, I think we do that. And we're going to go for Summon Swarm. We're going to put it just here. Not only does that mean they would have to spend their move to attack that to stop it, which is still not going to work, so it has 2 hit points, but also that now stops them at least from reaching the stack of 11. I don't think we involve these now. So yeah, they go for those instead. So that stack is pretty much no longer useful. We can use these to absorb retaliation. And when they die, we gain a focus charge. And we go for this. We actually take the further loss too, because of the additional ability. Okay, I'm gonna Heroic Strike. I think we can devour our own corpse, so that's useful going into next round. Could also just get the kill here. Yeah, nothing we can do to recover the losses we already took, so just got to let that through, and we do gain some crystals from that, so that's useful. So we're up to 9 crystals total. That means we can go for the burrows at the start of next turn. What we really need is to be able to spawn those eggs from the first round. So yeah, kind of brings me back to how important focused reserves can be. Because this faction, it's very easy to make mistakes and suffer attrition. Okay, so Maria's Altar is really good for gold, and I think when it's that close, we kind of have to do it. Okay, we're going to end the turn there. So this time I'm going to be a little bit more cautious. So if these move in, they can get 5 kills. I think we go for this because we can use these 2 stacks to finish them off, and then we can devour the corpse next turn to get our hit points back. Yep, so having done that, we're going to go for the eggs here. These are still safe to move back. These move back too. These will regain their hit points. And yeah, they do choose to go for the eggs, so that's perfect. Get some easy focus points from these 2. These can come in 6 to 15 kills. Probably fine for them to do that. Can always retreat if they need to, as it does kill them off. Might as well go for that as well in this case. Okay, that was a lot better. 0 losses, 1,000 experience, and we're able to move on to this. So 3 of the Coatls. That should be fine. They're not going to get a kill against these, so we just want to protect our more frail units. So they choose to wait for now. We can send these in if we want to. I think we don't. I think we go for this. Ah, they take 2 of those down. Okay, that kind of sucks. Safest not to engage yet. Waurm should be able to take a hit. Yeah, very comfortably. Yeah, if we can just get that focus charge at the start of the round, that's going to go a long way. So friendly creatures generate +1 focus points per attack. That feels really useful for this faction. They don't have great sources of focus points. Feels very interesting to play this faction straight after playing Grove, where it's kind of the opposite scenario. Yeah, I think Battle March, +1 focus points per attack. Let's go for that. 2,000 gold. Maybe not even massively worth it, but we'll take it. So this is now an impossible battle, but we may be able to get that lore point before we go for it. So I want to keep these safe, want to keep the stack of 10 safe. We're going to try attacking to the left. So yeah, 4 to 10 kills on these immediately. Let's go for it. As we do kill them off, and we get high morale. Okay, that's a lot better. So we can actually go for the summon swarm, which I think is worth doing. Then let's just kill these off. They do choose to attack it. Perfect. In hindsight, heroic strike there would have been worth doing. But for now we're going to wait. These can go in for the attack. No chance we can kill off a stack with heroic strike. I think we go for another swarm. And we'll go for these for now. So they kill those, that's fine, we actually gain focus charges for that. Also put themselves in range of this stack. So stack of 5 is next to move. I think we kill those with heroic strike. Okay, a decent amount of every resource. Still not quite enough to go for that focus reserves. I do think that's going to make this fight a lot easier. So there's a normal level battle to the south. Still wouldn't be that comfortable going for that. But if that's the only way... Okay, we're going to go for it. There's a little bit of ore there too. I don't think that changes our thinking. We go for this, and soon we should get that all-important focus charge at the start of the battle. Maybe should have just sent these in. So if we go for this, we can then reach it with both of these two stacks. So the risk here is we could take losses, but I think we should be able to use healing water if they do a lot back, as we do take the hit pretty well. So we can send these in. These can't quite reach actually. They're a little bit exposed too. So we could go for heroic strike. I think we do of course want to go for expert summon swarm. Can't really do it in a way that really protects our units. But we're going to drop it here. So these things really have good movement. There's not really anywhere we can go to protect ourselves. We could attack them first using the Waurms. We can also do a pretty good amount of damage if we just go for it. I think we still do this. So yeah, we do take one loss. Now these can come in, finish them off, but then this stack can reach us. I do like how quick the heroic strike animation is for this faction. Yeah, I mean, we could have done it in such a way that one of these two would have been able to attack with their long reach. The thing about that is, I'd rather just kill 10 than kill 9. And stack of 9 may get a kill on the Hornets. I don't think we need to go for healing water. They choose to go for those. Really surprised by that. Not in their interest at all. AI normally just wants to screw you over as much as possible. We can send these in. I'm pretty sure they won't take a loss in response. Yeah, okay. So one loss, that's fine. We're not going to get to the next faction lore, actually. So let's go to this. Let's go for the wood, and I think we just have to go for this. We will take losses. Suppose as we go into next turn, we should have enough to go for the upgrade regardless. So we're going to go for the Burning Soul Burrows. And we are now generating 3 Waurms per week. Should be 2 per week, but of course we gain the extra one thanks to our specialty. So it's super important that we went for that in week 2. We end the turn there. We do get that 4th lore point, so we go for focus reserves. And now this fight should be a lot easier for us. Went to that in case of crystal, but we don't get that. Okay, so things we can build here. We do, of course, want to go for the Tower of Love. It's very expensive. I think if we're not going to go for that, we're going to go for the fortifications, because fortifications level 2 does allow us to increase the growth of all of our units, including the Waurms. So yeah, let's go fortifications level 1. Go for the additional stack of tier 1 creatures. They're long reach creatures, so those are always useful for a bit of chip damage. Then we go back to this, and yeah, I really think the ability to just drop some spawns on turn 1 is gonna make a big difference. So they spawn in several stacks. I think we're just gonna wait. They will choose to wait too, that's fine. So now the big stacks come in. These ones are of course the scariest ones. A stack of 37 up there could be pretty bad to deal with. We can go in for the hit on 21 of these. We can also absorb retaliation and then hit something really hard. I think at this stage we do want to go for the summon swarm. I'm going to go for the swarm right in the middle, I think. Then let's go for these. If we need to use healing water, that's not the end of the world. So we could go for an additional heroic strike if we want to. I think we don't for now. So next round begins, we are able to safely escape these by going all the way back. Safe from the stack of 7 too. Okay, these go back as well. And then, actually, they can't really do anything to us. We could drop another spawn here, but we don't need to rush into that either. Still, it is probably useful to do that. think we'll put those there. Then we go back. So they go for those 1 stacks, that's okay, we'll take the additional charges. So we could use these to absorb retaliation. Problem is we don't really have too much else to really attack them with. So this is going to last for 2 more rounds. Maybe we do just finish off the stack of 2. Do we also go for a heroic strike? We don't need to make that decision yet. It's tempting to go for this because of course if we do get killed we will explode. I'm just going to kill off a stack. Okay, do we go for the heroic strike? I think we still want to save our focus charge to go for some more eggs. Okay, so there's now no longer anywhere to run. We could use these as a kind of barrier. I think we probably do want to go for a spell here. So Energize would allow us to go for a heroic strike. We can devour corpse. But we don't need to do that yet. Okay, I think I'm going to go for Swarm here. And let's just throw ourselves into this as we hang on for now. Okay, so we can create a corpse if we go heroic strike. All of these are about to hit us hard, so I think it's time to go for some kind of spell. I think when all of our units are threatened, Carapace becomes less useful. We don't want these to get focused down. But then again, I don't think they would do that. And we can always devour corpses in this fight, so I don't actually mind throwing these into the middle. I'm going to weaken these. And do we actually just proactively go for it? So we could still save our spells here if we want to. I think a lot of these spells are reasonably weak. Blessing maybe would have been useful. We could still go for that on the spawns, the larvae. I wouldn't mind carapacing these, because they're already quite weakened, and they can be hit by 3 stacks. I'm actually going to go for that. I'm going to try to protect those. Then we go for these. Hopefully they won't fully kill us off, as they do actually choose to go for the eggs, that's fine. They do break through the carapace, and we actually retaliate through that. Okay, I would quite like these to explode and do a lot of damage. But we can let that happen naturally. We're going to go for this. Okay, they get to move again with the high morale, it's kind of unfortunate. We can get a few kills if we send these in to attack. I think we don't. Okay, next round begins. The spawn did explode, did a nice amount of damage to all of those stacks. We can finish these off. There's no chance we escape at this point. We've got a few moves in a row. In this case, we will just go for the kill on those. Now we can go for another expert summon swarm. 0 to 1 kills from these. We go for the heroic strike. I think heroic strike on these is really nice. We go summon swarm in the middle of all this. I think they will probably attack it. These can get 0 to 1 kills if they go for the attack now. I think we actually probably want to wait. Then these are going to come through, they're going to devour the corpse. Pretty sure we can devour friendly corpses, pretty sure that is how it works. So yeah, we go through, we devour that corpse, we attack, and we have a nice amount of hit points. They do choose to go for the eggs. Unfortunately, they get high morale, so they're able to finish it off immediately. And they're going to try and focus down the locusts a bit. Okay, Reaver's hanging on though. Locusts do get focused down as expected. We can get a kill here. Which is safe to do as they've already retaliated. So we similarly attack with these. Then the next round begins, we can go for Summon Swarm. So now that we have 3 focus charges, we can immediately spawn. Does mean we can't go for Heroic Strike at the same time. I think we could still do it though. So I didn't pay too close attention to where the larvae sit relative to the others in terms of initiative. And we don't have a way to manipulate that. We could go for Energize. And I think that's fine. We go for the Energize, we go for a Heroic Strike on something. Maybe just these. Then these can attack pretty freely. Ah, we do take the loss though. Hoping we'd be able to take that. Just gonna spawn these in now. No obvious corpses for us to attack from. We do have most of our hit points. Right now, if these get destroyed, they explode on everything. But they're not going to do that much damage. I think we still go for this. See what they choose to do. Ah, they do come to focus down our permanent stacks. Yeah, they're not falling for the larvae bait. They've got speed adaptation too, so yeah, pretty heavy losses, but this is for a very good reward. We can use these to absorb retaliation, they can also finish off this stack. They do last for 2 more rounds, so it's okay if they're not next to anyone when they explode. 0 to 3 kills if we go for this, 1 to 2 kills on these. Don't think we need to worry about absorbing or devouring corpses with the Waurms. These just move to safety now. We go for the Heroic Strike. Drop this as bait. Don't think they'll fall for it, but I think it's still fine to do. Go for this attack, should take the retaliation completely fine. And we do get high morale. Okay, so pretty heavy losses, but for a potentially very important reward. Reach level 9 as well. So if we go for Expert Arcane Magic, we can make our spells cheaper, which I feel like in a fast-paced map like this, that's actually really quite useful. I'm going to do that. And now we grab all of this, so not loads of it. And we don't have too many resources we can trade. There are ways to get 30, so in order to go Tower of Love we need 15. In order to upgrade the Soul Burrows we need another 15. So even if we can get to 75 alchemical dust, then again, it's not clear where else we'd get the alchemical dust if we don't do it right now. I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend all our gems to make that happen. And now at least we know, as we go into next week, we at least know it is not going to be alchemical dust that holds us back from upgrading this. And we also could go for neglected housing too. We do have enough alchemical dust to do both. Okay, I think that's fine. Let's move back north. End the turn there. Return to the town. So, fortifications level 2. Did say I wanted to do that, of course. I think we do just do it. Let's upgrade our towers. Construct. And now we have, let's actually check this. 1 turn left to gain 9,000 gold and 7 crystal. So it's not looking like an easy thing to do. We have to take this fight too to get through. Maybe it's not going to happen. It's a little bit rough, but what we could do as an alternative is we could go for Fortifications 3, and that is affordable, and that still increases the growth of our Waurms. So it's actually in some ways just as good. That feels like the thing we have to do. Okay, do we go back to this and get our spell points back? Do we try to push out a little bit further? Is there anything we can swing by as we pass through? So mines don't really count for that purpose. Wood storage is once... oh no, it's once per week. So we can still go for that, and we can still make it into the town. So we'll get our spell points back from this. End the day there. We do have the option of going for resource riches to help us make up for the gold shortfall. Okay, gonna end the day there. Okay, week 2, day 7, we're gonna go for fortifications level 3. If we want to, we can pick up some additional units instead. Helps us in the next fight. We can do both. So we can pick up the 2 extra Waurms. 2,400. So 1,200 each. So we can do this. Fortifications only costs us 5,000. I'm not sure which is the best option in terms of upgrading the main tower, but it's fine. We recruit these, and I guess we might as well go for these 2. 17 of them. Okay, 17 locusts, and then we're going to throw ourselves into this fight. We don't necessarily have to do it now. Actually still considered a lethal battle there. Not too surprised to see this is still lethal. This fight's fairly easy. So crystal situation is looking pretty healthy. I think now that we're not going to get the Tower of Love by the end of the week, I'd probably actually prioritize burning soul burrows instead. And we upgrade our Waurms, we take advantage of the additional unit growth from our specialist. Yeah, no other units we can use for bait, so we're going to spread these out. These things still have the... no, they don't. I thought they would give us additional focus points if they're killed. What am I thinking of? Maybe that's when you upgrade them. Yeah. The Hive Mind doesn't kick in just yet. Let's go for this. So lots of range units. 3 stacks of range units at the bottom. This feels like the best place to drop that spawn. They want to waste 2 turns attacking it, that's fine. So yeah, we go for that. We're going to wait with the rest of our stacks. These can probably go forward. Yeah, there are lots of corpses to devour. I don't necessarily mind doing that. I think we can risk it. Yeah, they are going to focus us down a bit. That was not entirely comfortable. Check these can't reach us. Hornet's not really going to achieve too much for us now. Okay, so we have spawned 13 of these in total. We need to get our hit points up to make that stack as effective as possible. 4 to 15 kills if we go straight in. I kind of do want the focus points too. So I think I will actually risk this. As they do pretty heavy damage back. Do we go for the summon, or do we go for Heroic Strike? These unfortunately can't quite reach that stack of 12. They would have been a great corpse to devour. We Heroic Strike these, 7 kills. We do need to start devouring corpses, so I think we might need to devour our own 1 stacks. think if that's how it's going to be, then let's just produce this instead. This stack waits. Gonna go for this. Reavers could be under threat here, but they do choose to go for the spawn instead. Okay, perfect. So that round could have been a lot worse. Okay, they choose to buff each other instead, that's all fine. Let's go for these. I can see an obvious corpse to be devoured now, as the next round does begin. Okay, so we can immediately spawn a stack if we want to. I think we do. This time round, for the first time, we're going to awaken them immediately. And yeah, let's devour this. We're back up to 3. This stack waits. I think we do want to use these as a block, because that forces this stack to not attack the locusts. Yeah, let's go for that. So they kill the one stack, that's fine. This stack moves next. Let's go for the attack on these. Okay, they are unfortunately standing on top of all the corpses. What does Exaltation do? It's basically like Bless. Okay. I didn't mean to skip the turn there. Let's still go for a Swarm. Do we move back to protect these now? We could try going for Heroic Strike. Then we hit them. Hopefully kill them off, which we do. These aren't going to get the kill, so I'm not going to go for the attack. Going to devour the corpse. Going to try to get all 4 of these back. This stack could go in if it wants to. We can get a kill. They do attack twice, but obviously we have to deal with the retaliation. I think it's still worth doing. The key thing now is I think we need to be able to devour. And there are currently no corpses next to this. I'm gonna kill this. Then we kill this. Now this is important. Do we gain enough hit points back? So 65. I forgot, because we do have the bonus hit points. I think we don't actually get enough back. So I think we actually want to drag the battle on. I'm going to drop some eggs here in the hopes they attack it. We go to devour this, and yeah, we don't quite... Oh wow, we actually get morale. So yeah, we actually do get the 4th one back. That a little bit safer, and we can just finish these off with Heroic Strike. So pretty heavy losses across the board, but we gain a lot of experience. We gain some additional movement points until the end, and we can then go to this lethal battle. Far stronger guard here. I feel we could probably do it at the start of next turn. We do have a lot of movement points, it would be a shame to waste it. But it's not really clear where else we go. We could go get some common resources from this, doesn't really matter too much. I think we return to the first principles of this playthrough, in that the Waurms, I think, can turn it around. This feels doable to me. I'm actually going to go for it. Okay, so units we actually want to preserve, we will move towards the side. Start the battle. So these things being double attackers, we want to make sure they can't reach the eggs. So I'm going to spawn these here. And we might take a loss here. Yeah, almost both losses. So, Heroic Strike. 8 kills on these. Are these the ones that... No, they're not the ones that retaliate first, that's these ones. The Overgrown Locusts. So I'm not too worried about the losses we take in response to this attack. I think I do want to weaken these. But then again, I think there's a good chance they will choose to attack the eggs, even though it's pointless because they can't possibly finish them off this round. I think the AI doesn't necessarily know that. So yeah, I'm going to Heroic Strike these actually. And then let's go for this. So that gives us lots of corpses to devour. They do finish off our Reavers. Okay, they go for the worms, that's perfect. So key thing here is let's just get to safety. Then we can throw these into the mix. They will be hit by all of these different opponents at the same time. I think we maybe still do it though. Then again, these can't currently reach us. These can, but only a stack of 3. It's only tempting because we can devour that corpse before we attack. I think we go for this. So they finish those off. That actually means the stack of 30 can no longer do too much to us. This stack moves out and attacks. I should have gone for the spawn there. So what I could do is I could sacrifice these in order to devour their corpse. But I could also try to save them. We can't quite finish them off. Trying to avoid going for premature emergence, it would be good. I'm gonna Heroic Strike these. They're a bit of a threat. And I don't necessarily mind these being here as a bit of a blocker for our eggs. I'm just going to go for this though. So, because they attack twice, they can finish off the eggs. Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. But not totally unexpected. These can at least move to safety. And now we can go for corpses if we want to. There's a safe spot just down here. I'm gonna go devour this, as we do get morale. Okay, we're back up to 4. Nothing is able to reach us. We don't have to engage. We could allow them to go for the larvae instead. I think I'll try that. So yeah, 2 of them do take the bait. They explode over there. We might take a loss to the parry, as we actually don't. So we definitely need this 1 stack gone, because if it survives, it actually could kill off our summon swarm. But there is the option dropping this here. We can also just finish them off. I think that's fine. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay, that's kind of annoying, but never mind. Move up. Thought I was moving my worms there. Okay, do we devour the corpse? I think we go for the kill. No, that was a mistake. So the lucky strike almost causes us to take a loss. This time round, this stack is trapped. But perhaps they won't go for it, if we're lucky. We could also get morale here. Okay, the important thing is we didn't lose any of the worms. The so-called impossible battle was not impossible. It's day 7, so basic recruitment still is kind of tempting, but no, we're going to go for advanced combat. It allows heroic strike to do more damage, and we can also go for effortless strike, which allows us to reserve our focus charges purely for our spawns. 10 crystals is really nice. We move back to the town now, I think. We do still have a lot of movement points, thanks to that map object. And we have all of our mana still. So actually we could just go and park ourselves somewhere like this to get the magic garden on day 1, but it's not that important. We could also go to the alchemical lab. We could trade a lot of the crystal for more alchemical dust, but no. I think we want to save our crystal to get as many upgraded worms as possible. So faction laws, we are able to go for tax collectors, which is pretty tempting. We're about to go into a new week. I do want to be able to upgrade the elite worms. So actually, if we just had a little bit more lore, we could upgrade these and get 1 more growth. But since that's not possible, still pretty useful to get the additional +1 morale and luck on those. The additional damage on death would also be really good there. But I think we go tax collectors for now, because we're going to need that gold going into next round. So yeah, a lot of wasted movement points here, but it is, of course, very useful to be in the town at the start of next week. Could we do this and then come back? Plus 50% maximum mana. It's really useful. I'm going to go to this just because we already have the mana we need. I'm going to end the turn there. We visit this, we gain 1,250 gold. We return now to the town. We go for Burning Soul Burrows, level 2. And we have kind of an interesting choice here. We do have access now to a ranged unit. So if we compare the Waurm upgrades, we've got Devourers. These things are just the stronger melee version. So they have Blink, which the other version already does. The new stuff that they have is they have Hive Mind. So when they die, they generate focus points. That's not really that useful, of course. The additional defense for each different type of unique Hive creature is useful, but not particularly impactful. Demonic Stench, it is just a stronger version of it, so it's -2 luck to our opponents. And the Devour ability. If the enemy target creature has fewer than 40% of its original units, it's destroyed immediately, but it leaves no corpse. So other things worth noting, the attack and defense are the same, the hit points are the same, damage goes up, movement goes up. We go for the Pyroborus instead. These are ranged attackers. However, they do have no melee penalty, so we can still use them as we used them before. Still reduce luck by 2. They are still able to eat corpses as before. Still have Hive Mind, still have Blink. But yeah, they do Area Strike, which is really useful to me. Even using this specialist, I still feel Pyroborus is just the clear winner. We have spent most of our gold. If we want the immediate boost to our gold, we do have the option of spending our lore on resource riches. Depends what we plan to do. The other thing I want to do, of course, is I do want to upgrade those we already have. So that's 2,800 in itself. I will spend that. We can buy one more. I think we trade to make that happen. So yeah, we're going to trade. We're going to go for 2 more of these, and we're going to go for 5 of these. So this is very strong force. Should be pretty comfortable taking this on. Says it's a difficult battle. I do think we'd be fine. Gets us some additional mana, gets us the Magic Garden. Spells cost 2 less mana from the Magic Slippers. That's also pretty useful. It says it's a lethal battle though. I'm a little surprised by that. Doesn't seem that far out of reach. This fight with the Magic Garden, I am very confident is doable. Can we go to this every turn? I guess so. Okay, we do need to start really powering up. We should go for the easier fight first. So as normal range creatures, they do have the penalty to worry about, so we want to put them nearer the front. And these are all just here to generate focus points. So these are ranged creatures anyway. We can get a decent number of kills on those. So we have the option of free attack, which allows us to attack over multiple hexes. Maybe we go for the spawn. I'd love for them to attack that. So the Eriads can't reach that. Hopefully they will choose to attack it. Do a very powerful heroic strike. This no longer costs us any focus charges, which is also very good. Okay, we're going to go for that. We're going to go for the free attack, and we're just going to hit these 2 stacks. Yeah, they do choose to focus down the eggs, that's fine. It preserves the rest of our stacks. Not that these 1 stacks are important, but losses are still losses. try to prevent them. So able to go for another attack. I think even though we can attack these 2 stacks at the same time, I think I still prefer just to weaken these. Yeah, let's just finish those off. So Iriad's approach, we can still go for the double attack on them. This stack cannot currently reach us, so we go for attack on both of these. We don't have the full range penalty against those anymore. We can go for a summon swarm towards the back if we want to. I think we actually want that towards the top. Then let's heroic strike these. They go for the egg, that's perfect. That is a complete waste of their turn. Okay, it doesn't quite work for the free attack. If we were to go for melee instead, obviously doesn't make sense. The free attack is by far the better option. Just gonna play it safe, go for these 2. Okay, they spend their focus charges on that, they destroy the eggs, they do get high morale. But they use it just to kill a 1 stack, which is fine. So, we're now forced to go for melee, unless we kill these with heroic strike, but that doesn't help us that much. I think we still do this. Then we don't have to worry about retaliation. Okay, we can immediately hatch these. And they should have higher initiative, so yeah, they do go next. Go for 3 kills instead of 2. There might have been an argument to explode these actually, because you can do that without having to wait for them to be despawned or killed. So yeah, these things would have been fine on their own. So losses taken to the 1 stacks, but nothing too bad. We're going to go to this for the additional mana. Bit of extra gold from this, and yeah, I'm pretty confident this fight should not be a problem. As for this one, it's quite actually expensive for what it gives you. This is still a lethal battle. We do still have a lot of units left to be recruited, so just gaining gold is quite important now. We're running out of obvious ways to do that. I do feel this is very doable, just because of the spawns. Okay, they do start in a lot of stacks. But that means we can free attack them. Like this. Do we wait first? There is a chance they clump together, I could definitely see that happening. I think I will wait. Chance it. As long as we can hit at least 3 stacks. Also bear in mind, yeah, we can. Bear in mind we don't have the same penalty to worry about now. So if we go for the free attack into these 3 stacks, that does kill almost all of them. And then we get to move first next round too. So yeah, really nice hit there. We spawn these as well. They are slightly slower than the stacks of 40. Okay, gonna free attack into these 3 as well. That was a really nice amount. Nowhere really safe to move these, but we'll try going across. So if we go for Summon Swarm, I think that is a good idea. Hopefully we can distract the stack of 40, I kind of doubt it, but we'll try it. And I think we want to weaken someone too. So yeah, this stack of 40 is definitely the biggest concern. We go for those. We attempt to save these. I'm not going to go for any spells. So these things are yet to move, but I'm not too worried about the Pyroborus. Still, I think just killing off a stack is useful. Yeah, they can take the hit completely fine. Now we go for free attack on these 2. And heroic strike on this. 4,000 experience, and we do get offered basic luck, so let's just remind ourselves. I think we did... I'm trying to remember which one it was. If we already have luck... Right there, Battle March. So we'll now be generating +2 focus points per attack if we go for the luck, which I think we should. That feels like the one. Basic economy could be kind of interesting, but on a main hero, perhaps not. And then we can always go for expert offense later. I'm going to go for luck. So we have 2 laws we can spend. We can upgrade our tax collectors. Do want to get those upgraded Waurmos. Don't know why that's the plural. Okay, let's get the cheaper spells. Got a scroll there too. If we go to the Trophy Hunter's Den, it's an easy battle. So in theory, these shouldn't be able to break through our spawns. We just drop them here. I shouldn't have done that actually, because I should have re-attacked first. Can we still... No, that was the worst possible placement. I'll try waiting, just in case they move. They might, yeah, they do go around. So we can still attack them safely. Yeah, next round begins, they spawn in. We can heroic strike again. And we can just kill them off. Very straightforward, another 1000 experience, a few more crystals. We'll move towards the scroll. And do we just go for tax collectors? I think we are struggling a little bit for gold, so let's go for that. And we do now actually have access to Town Portal. So we go for that. That's a super important spell for us. But we need to go back to get it. Yes. Okay. End the turn there. So we get the spell of Riposte as a scroll. That is... Let's have a little look. So Riposte, target friendly creature counterattacks before the enemy attack lands. All the more reason to have a specific power stack, which we're already building towards. Neglected Housing level 2 is pretty tempting. We're pretty close though to being able to go for Tower of Love. We just need a little bit more gold. So we've still got that easy battle up there that we could go to. Yeah, we've got a couple of other guards we can break through. So maybe we don't go back for Town Portal yet. So this says it's a lethal battle. That one I'm actually a little bit more nervous about. But this one should be very straightforward. I'm less sure about this stack of 30. So yeah, we're still playing on early access, and in fact this is a preview build of early access, so it's a lot of things I don't yet know. So this is Rua Jump, jumps to a hex within a 4 hex radius and deals basic damage to all adjacent enemies. Okay, that's not important, that doesn't matter too much. Deals extra basic attack damage as magic damage to the target, stunning them until the next round. Stunned creatures are forced to pass their turn. I can see how that one would be a lot worse to deal with. But maybe with the addition of... I mean, surely they can't just keep doing that as well. That must cost them. Yeah, 3. 3 focus charges. So I don't think that should worry us. Let's go for it. Ah, they spawn there. Okay, I'm going to actually go for melee. And we're just going to kill these off. And then the halflings cannot finish off the eggs in time. So they do go for those instead. Okay, that's fine. Okay, they go for those, that's absolutely fine. We can deliberately explode on them here. I think that's fine. So yeah, 2 kills from that. We can't quite reach the halflings, and we do move after them, so I think for that reason, better off going for Heroic Strike. Drop these here, then move across. As they do fall for it, they will still hatch regardless. We go for the free attack, hit them from here, then we Heroic Strike. These come to safety, and our spawns will do the rest. We take no losses, 2,400 experience and 7,500 gold, extremely welcome. I think we still do want to go to the Trophy Hunter's Den. Starting to feel very powerful now. Okay, this time I'm going to spawn it up there. Go for the Heroic Strike and hit them from this angle. Even more gold, and I think we start moving west. Go back into the town. We could go for something like Beelzebub's Hand pretty soon. +2 attack is not great though. I think we're better off saving up for units. I still do want to go for Tower of Love, but it's also maybe less important than just getting more units. We've got a lot of wood that we don't need, and not many places to spend it. So neglected housing too. I just don't think it's that important. Treasury is maybe reachable if we do trade. I wonder if that's worth trying. that doesn't seem so bad. Yeah, we could trade 40 wood. Maybe we just trade for 7 gems. Or 4 even. Trade for 4, then we trade ore instead. And then, having done that, we can go for the treasury. There's also the alchemic depot. Is that better? It does help us start upgrading our units. Oh, and I didn't actually look at this either. Allows us to revert a hero to level 1 once. The hero receives a permanent bonus to their attributes that depends on their level at the moment of the ritual. Okay, as one of the first people to play this build, I'm not going to mess around with that because I don't know how efficient that is. I think... difficult choice between treasury and alchemic depot. We could still try to do both, bearing in mind that to our west here we do have some gems free to be picked up. So the more immediately useful thing is probably the treasury, plus we have traded for that. And we have 2 law points we can spend. We can go for tax collectors again. I think, yeah, let's just keep building up that economy. Okay, gonna end the turn there. And this should be extremely straightforward. It's actually a little bit awkward just because of the double attack on this. It means we would lose it immediately. I think we just spawn it there. And then let's wait. See if they bunch together. They actually do. Okay, that's perfect. So we go for free attack on both of these stacks. These things spawn. These actually cannot reach us, so they will choose to go for the larvae instead. Especially if we do this, they're definitely going to waste their turn. So let's try doing this thing. We can blow up, deals 176 magic damage, and then the rest come in, finish them off. There we go, 0 losses, bit of wood we can trade, a few gems. We go back to the town. We could try trading the alchemic depot now. I think it's fine to do, like Tower of Love it's not going to stop Tower of Love. I think we trade 16 wood, 8 ore, build the alchemic depot, and now our town is on track for every type of creature to eventually be upgraded. I'm not going to mess with this just in case I'm underestimating them. I think we go back towards the town. We can't quite reach this turn, unfortunately. Still got most of our spell points, it's not too much of an issue. Going to check this one more time. Yeah, I think we need to go back to the town to get that town portal. So we go back into the town, we have a look at this. We do now have it. So town portal costs us 20 mana, it allows us to go back to our town. What we need to do now, of course, is we need to get ourselves a second town. I do really want to go for that building, the Tower of Love, but I think while we're back in the town, let's see how far our gold can go. So we can buy 3 more of these, that's a no-brainer. So 9 of those in total. I think before the end of the week, this one is really important. Get that 1 extra growth. Then we have a real power stack. So do we just go for the +2 attack instead for 5,000 gold? Because I am finding just relying on having 1 power stack is working pretty well. Scorpions are reasonably good at taking hits, they're pretty tanky. Parasites are fine as long as they don't get focused down. We go for neglected housing too. We're still going to be able to afford Tower of Love before the end of the week. I think we do go for that now. So, Warden Parasites, they are a little bit better at not getting themselves killed. Reavers are very nice indeed, but also a little bit hard to protect. Yeah, I suppose that Rapid Assault would have been worth saving up for, or trying to use a bit more often. We can still go for them, of course. I think we will just buy whatever we can. So we have to choose between these three types of stacks. So the Hornets can work pretty well with a hit and run because they do have lower initiative than the Pyroborus. So these things can move in, they can absorb retaliation, Hornets follow them up. We can also do that with the Reavers. So yeah, I think we go Hornets. Then we still got a little bit more we can spend. Tempted to say we just don't. Leave our gold as it is. So we could go for something like this and then we could come back, but it's not clear why we'd bother, even with Town Portal. So this is still a lethal battle. I do feel it's probably doable, but this is only a difficult battle. So I think breaking through to the next zone obviously makes sense, and I think it's fine we don't buy the rest of the units because we can, of course, split our 1 stacks. Okay, let's end the turn there. Gonna spread these out. Then we just go for this. I'm pretty confident this will be fine. So let's keep our most important stacks out of harm's way. Okay, they spawn right next to each other, that's pretty convenient. So what can they do? They're loyal protectors, they counterattack each time an enemy attacks a friendly creature. Counterattack twice per round. So pretty similar to Heroes 3, with a few more little flourishes and things, which is often the case with Olden Era. Everything is a little bit more complicated in a way, but also you could argue has a bit more strategic depth. Valiant Cry. Creatures attack and initiative increases by 2. They could catch us out with that, but again, not really too worried. So this stack is going to wait, then we're able to attack with these. This time round I think we do go straight for it. 8 kills on each of those stacks. We could try waiting till they come in. It's a little bit risky, but I do think it would work. And actually, we can just drop the spawn here. And they have no one obvious they can attack. That might not have been the best placement, but we'll see how it goes. If we're really lucky, we might have 4 or more of them grouped together. So we're already doing better than before, because we have no range penalty to worry about. Okay, these would be forced to attack, we're just going to defend. Hit these 3. And I should probably give these space to move out. Okay, next round begins. This stack waits. We can finish off these 3. Stack at the back there actually can't reach the Reavers. Yeah, because I'm a little bit worried they could come in, they can kill off one of these 1 stacks, and then one of them does get to attack the Reavers, so we want to make sure that particular attack is as weak as possible. So I am going to go for this now. And we can go for an expert summon Swarm. That probably makes more sense. This stack waits. And yet they do choose to go for that, so that's 2 turns wasted. They go for the Valiant Cry, but they're already able to reach us, so I'm not too worried about that. Other stacks choose to wait. Oh, of course, they retaliate when one of their friends gets attacked, so that was not the play. Is this risky? I think it's fine. Then we got 44 of these. So they can just go in and blow themselves up, which I'd quite like to see them do. Still, they're able to do a lot of damage. So we still go for this. All of them retaliate into us, that's fine, those units aren't permanent. We have all of our focus charges. So what we could do is we go for Energy Explosion on these 3. While it's as powerful as possible. I think we're fine to do this. So next round begins, stack of 6 moves pretty shortly. I think we just kill those off, I suppose. I guess they're the ones who've gone for their ability. That makes sense. Then let's drop this as a distraction. As they do go for it. So we can friendly fire here, and that's fine. Because it finishes them off. So yeah, actually extremely comfortable. Only 3 losses to the 1 stacks. We do get offered logistics. I feel like that's always a no-brainer on 1 hero mode. And then this is a normal battle, which gets us access to a random artifact, but also a curse. Trophy Hunter's Den, though, we've seen that that's very easy for us to go for. So we finally break through to the second zone, but I think we will find things will pick up rapidly from here. Shouldn't underestimate the movement on those things, I guess. But they still can't reach us next round. Okay, I do want to focus these down, I think. Although, free target on these 2 is hard to turn down. But these have the long reach, which is awkward to deal with. Still, I think when this is available, it's always useful to go for 2 stacks at once. Then it's 9 to 35 kills on these. I'm going to try it. Ah, we do actually take a loss. Yeah, these things are just... they're really good. Like, they're very good offensive units, but they're just so vulnerable to that. Any kind of damage. We can get charges here, but it's not important. Okay, we level up. I think advanced logistics. Let's get moving as quick as we can. 5 movement points every time we win. Strong mounts, new global map spells cost... oh, neutral global map spells cost less mana. doubled if we know scouting, which we don't. Every day, the hero saves up to 50 unused movement points for the next day, doubled if we know arcane magic. So that's useful if we want to recharge our spell points. 5 movement points for each victory in battle isn't actually that much. I feel like careful planning is probably going to be more impactful. It's the wrong spot again, but it's fine, they'll probably move. Yeah, they do. Okay, do we go for this? Are we worried about the curse? I think we still do it. Powerful curse? Yeah, it's fine. Golden pig. 500 gold per day. So we do have a curse of some kind. I'm not sure the quickest way to find that out. Has it dropped our mana to 0? That is quite a powerful curse. I'm a little bit concerned by that. I think I do want to go for this fight, but I know there's going to be a town here. And I want to just reach that town. We're about to run out of movement points anyway. There's the town, and it's another Hive town, so that's perfect. Okay, let's go back to this. We can construct this turn. Is there anything we want to go for? Beelzebub's Hand. Although it is extremely expensive with Town Portal, it's kind of easy to get back here now. And we will do that at some point, but then again, maybe we just want to save that to upgrade the next town. I think we will take this fight. Yeah, I think the parasites in early access haven't yet got their sounds when they move. Okay, this is slightly uncomfortable. Can reach us, and we can't hit 2 of them at once. Still, they're not going to do too much to us. So they do retaliate first, and for that reason I kind of don't want to go for this. I'm going to move down. Okay, no safety is possible from these. Do we go for a spell? So there's going to be about 10 of these that will come in and go for an attack. I'm hoping these will be able to take the hit. We do have a few things reducing the cost of our spells, so Shortened Shadow is very cheap. Wow, Healing Water costs 1. Need to start using that more. I think we just go for this. These are safe for now. We can also go for the Summon Swarm, which might nicely distract them. I think we do that. They will be able to kill it with a double attack, but better than losing a Reaver. Okay, unexpected choice. So we could just choose to explode on these. I don't think we do. We can hatch these eggs immediately. I think it's fine to do that. Actually, there's technically the risk of friendly fire, but they're not going to be able to destroy us regardless, so it's fine. So we could actually go for the no counter attack move here, but we have blocked ourselves. But it shouldn't really be an issue, we should be able to finish these off regardless. Yeah, there's plenty of kills. We could go for the summon swarm, which might distract them by just enough. Probably the safer bet would be to go in and attack in melee. Okay, Beelzebub's hand, do we do it purely for the sake of building every turn? I think this is going to be the first turn we're just not going to worry about building. Spell points still haven't come back, I'm not sure when that's going to fix itself, I'm a little bit worried. Okay, a black tower here, it's against a red dragon, it's an easy fight. Let's go for it. Okay, they choose to wait. I don't think this will fool them. Plus I put that in the wrong spot again. Maybe they're more likely to attack it if we weaken it ourselves. I'm just going to go for it, as it does not do much damage there actually. I know there's a full range penalty, but still expected slightly more. So they're going to move twice in a row. We could try carapacing something, but they'll just pick a different target, in theory. So they do go for that, and then they're not able to move that far, so they're forced to go for the attack on the Pyroborus. We can go for our Heroic Strike again, and we can just finish them off. So that all works out. We get the Head Torch. When do we get our spell points back? Head Torch is +2 sight radius, really useful on one hero mode. There is a garden here, I'm not too worried about that, I'm pretty sure we can just break through that. Still, we should go for this gold. Then again, we can always town portal back to here. So let's prioritize this. Okay, that forces them to bunch together, and it also means we can double attack. Maybe just letting them spawn would have been better. Then again, they should still stay next to each other. I don't think the AI responds to... Actually, we could also go for a melee attack. Probably doesn't really help us, but I'm just going to do it. Please come in and kill them off. Yeah, I don't think the AI responds to the possibility of splash damage. I think they'll still stay next to each other. Something they'll probably correct at some point. We could go for this again. Yeah, that's still successfully holding them back. And one of the two of them can reach us. Probably just time to go back. Okay, they go for extra defense. I think they probably should have gone for speed instead, but we'll take it. Gather up some focus. Okay, so actually none of our important stacks are threatened now. Could lose a 1 stack, but even though that was preventable, it's not too important. The chance to attack both of them at the same time is difficult to turn down. So we are actually faster regardless. These can reach us though, so I'm just going to move around. If they want to come back for me, that's fine. I doubt they will. Ah, the morale saves them there. So they have now fully reached us. Don't think we want these involved. And these are able to go for a no retaliation attack if we spend a focus charge, which I think we should. Okay, do we try moving away? There's a fairly safe spot from the stack of 11 to the bottom left. But there's nowhere safe for the parasites to run to, so probably stay aggressive. Just gonna go for this. As we do almost take a loss in response. I will just go for the higher number of kills. Ah, we can premature emerge these. Ah, but they're slower. Worth a go. I've not been paying too much attention to how much initiative these have. They go for adaptation speed, and they still go for the Reavers. That kind of sucks, and I think these will too. Yeah, so we do take 2 losses to those. Still, obviously, it goes without saying, the reward for this is absolutely huge. Second town portal, so we can move between the two. Doesn't really start off with too much. We can, of course, go towards burning soul burrows once again and just prioritize that, but there's no way we can get there before day 7, unfortunately. Okay, so slight dilemma. I think Tower of Love is worth prioritizing. I think we do need the Mage Guild here. Has that saved us from the curse? It would be insane if we just have no mana for the rest of the playthrough. I don't think that would even be intentional by the devs, because that is just too insane. Starting to feel a bit scared though. Okay, we do have enough faction laws that we can go for elite war modes. We can also go for summoned fire larvae attack twice, so that's a really nice ability. I do want to just make these as strong as possible though. Primal spells gain +1 level. Gonna go for this first and foremost. If we level it up again, they gain 5 morale. Okay, that's really interesting. Feels like something we should definitely build towards. Okay, we're gonna not go for the building in this town. This is an easy battle, I'm not even sure it's worth the moving points. Okay, even more gold. And if we go towards the south, there are some more resources. Difficult battle here, guarding the Forgotten Remains. I think we're better off staying on the road. This is near enough that I will go for it. And I will go for the gold. And that does give us enough to go for the Tower of Love. So we've constructed in both our towns. Then we can just kind of bypass the road and go through here instead, so let's do that. End the turn there. There we go. We have restored our mana, thankfully. Had no idea when that was going to come to an end. There might be an easier way to check that. But the fear is averted. Okay, so it's day 7. We should just build whatever we want more production of. So, the Scorpions are the highest tier unit available. We therefore go for that. And that's a pretty straightforward choice. Then we can go for Elite Warmos level 2. It does not increase our growth any further. I really want to lean into the strategy that we're already using though. Played that one a little bit complacently. If we went for this, 1 kill, nope. Definitely not. We could reduce the damage of the skeletons. We could try to just rush them, but no, it's not worth it. I'm trying to figure out why this is so weak. I know it gets stronger each time, but really pathetic level of damage. Okay, the good news is all our spells are extremely cheap. We should just go for something, so I'm going to reduce the damage these do, if that even works against undead. It looks like it does. If we're really lucky, they will just attack the eggs, but I doubt it. Yeah, they do go for that, unfortunately. The good news is that should be all the damage we take. I do want to go for these two, but the summon should deal with those, so better off just going for this, making sure we finish those off. Well aware why that's a questionable move, but we've pretty much killed them after that. Okay, we level up, we've got access to better daylight spells, we can go further into the luck. +1 focus charge at the start of every battle is also very obviously nice for this faction. Which of these buildings is actually the Mage Guild? Didn't really pay too much attention to that. This one, okay, lucky guess. Just looking at our daylight spells. So we can reveal the borders of all areas. It's pretty obvious just from following the path where we need to go. Reduce the duration of negative effects. And then on this side, healing water, but that's already pretty good. If we upgrade it, can increase the amount of HP it heals, but that doesn't matter too much really. Affects all creatures. The thing is, it doesn't resurrect us. It does help riposte. So Heavenly Blades, Clear Fog, Vengeance, and then tier 5 there's Judgment, which is really nice, but can't see us getting there anytime soon. I don't think we go for Daylight yet. I think for now I'll go for Luck. So the additional pickups is kind of useful, but the plus 1% higher chance to land a lucky strike. No, I think always heads. Make sure we can really bank on those resources. And there's a source of reliable crystal, which is still going to be useful to us. And then there is the way through to the next zone. So it's Rift Arbitrators, up to 50 of those. Paradoxical shots, ranged penalties reversed. Fire of the Abyss doesn't affect a neutral battle. And then they can reposition. They can move us around. And they can deal pure damage to all enemies. That could be kind of rough. But I'm still not that worried about any of that. Okay, I think we do want the crystals, and as we pass through we might as well go for this. So lots of range units, but these ones are the biggest problem. Okay, they spend 2 turns on that, that's fine. Yeah, I think it's still crystals we want. These are the range ones. So we should focus them down. There we go, those can no longer reach us. Drop this once again, and they can no longer get through. Okay, lots of extra crystals. We can start building up our mage guild even more. We go for it. And then do we just town portal back to our town? I think at this stage it clearly makes sense. So let's go back to this one first. That's going to have next week's units, which we can't necessarily afford. Although actually 10,000, it's a nice boost. So I do just want to go for more of these. So 5 more, we can trade to get the rest. Not that we have loads to spare, and in fact we might be better off going for another level of Mage Guild. So I'm actually going to go for this. Then we go Mage Guild level 4. Then if we do want to recruit the final Peroborus, we need 800 more gold. So I'm going to build a marketplace in this town. We're going to trade. Go back to our main town, pick up the last of these. Then that's all of our gold spent. We did pick up Nera's Veil, which renews Fog of War in a 9 square radius. Fine, I don't think that changes our thinking. We go back across to this. Are we close to leveling up? Not close enough that I care too much to go for this. Then again, it's so straightforward. Is there a quick battle option? Battle auto-resolve. I'm sure some people would have liked me to have activated that much sooner, assuming I do get the option of saying no to the results. Okay. Should have turned that setting on a while ago. So we could go and risk another curse in order to go through to this. I don't think we do. Would quite like to get some more golden crystal from here though. So yeah, maybe we do just push through, as we are expected to take some losses there. Keep them locked in place. AI falls for it again. Misclick, but it's fine. Powerful curse, still gonna do it. Dragon Wing Tabard. So which curse was that? I think we just lost our spell points, or possibly we just spent them on Town Portal, which is fine. This thing is +2 spell power and knowledge. Surely it will be worth it in the end. We got 0 morale. That could have been it. Okay, let's push through. Oh wow. Definitely don't want to lose one of those. Whoa, okay. What? I cannot believe the amount of damage they just did. 2 losses, and I don't think we have a way to bring them back. I haven't really checked the spell situation. Obviously I would have gone for Twilight if I knew that was a serious risk. I just can't believe the amount of damage these did. With that -2 luck as well. There may be a way. So obviously we can get one back. Do we have time to get the second? I'm not so sure. Okay, I need to be careful now. There's probably an easy way to do this. If we go for the fiery embrace, we don't get close enough. So it's not worth spending anything on. We could Twilight them now. So what we probably want to do is a mass damage spell like this. How much does that cost us? 4 mana, it's got to be worth it. Might have been an easier way to do it, but losing 4 mana is not so bad. So there we go, we do regain it. Okay, adapted on the fly. Definitely worth it. Sacrificed 3 of our parasites in order to bring back 2 Pyroborus. Really, really interesting strategy there. Another thing you can do. So minus 10% attack and defense to enemy creatures. That feels pretty good. I do really like Battlecraft. You can use that to gain an additional focus charge. It would be our final skill. I think we just play it safe. We go for the reduced attack and defense on enemy creatures. And this is now an easy battle. That's fine, I'm just going to accept it. So with that all being done, we return to the town. We wanted to upgrade this, it only costs 1. And that reduces the mana cost quite a lot. I think we'll decide later. Okay, so Burning Soul Burrow's still some way off. I think we'll go for more astrology points. Then back in this town we can upgrade our Carrion Lair. Tower of Love 2 is a long way off. Okay, I think we do just rush straight out. Still a lethal battle, wow. So if I did go to here I could pick up 3 of these, and we've not really had a look at those yet. The Hive Queens, 200 hit points each. Blasphemous Adoration doubles this creature's Soul Assimilator effect until the end of the round. Soul Assimilator at the beginning of battle gains bonuses for each faction represented in the enemy's party. Just applies to this unit though. Does provoke counterattacks. Does more damage to weaker units. This doesn't feel to me that important. Prioritize. So gold and possibly valuable artifacts available up there. Alchemical Lab. We could wait until next week. I don't want to get cocky, even though it feels like I should be able to break through that. So what else could we prioritize? I think this stuff up here is probably the obvious answer. Okay, no losses expected. Another alchemical lab. We could also trash artifacts if we want to, or upgrade them even. No upgrade available for this. This one is +1 to both attributes. It's 500 more gold, 50 alchemical dust for an extra 500 gold per day. No, I don't think that's worth it. Gold and mercury. We could try going all out for Mage Guild level 5. So, back over here. Level 4. Rewind Life is the one I like. So, it's Arcane. Revive fallen units, we already have the Arcane skill. If we wanted to upgrade it, we do just need a few resources. We could also just try upgrading our second Mage Guild and hope for the best. So that makes this less of a priority. We want normal resources now. So that is a reliable source just there. So we've got a few reliable sources of different resources. So there's a little bit of alchemical dust we can pick up here. Plus it's probably worth it for the experience. So this is the melee version. Ooh, wow, okay. But I don't manage to get a kill. Okay, 4,000 experience. Bit more alchemical dust. We can trade here, but I think we're going to rely on Mage Guild to carry us through. So these things I did get caught out by in a little test playthrough. They have their beloved piglet, and they're just peasants, but when you destroy them, they turn into something much worse. Still might as well go for this, I suppose. I should have attacked there. So yeah, you destroy them and they rise back as ghouls. But they're not going to be able to defeat us. Okay, a little bit more gold available there. Some alchemical dust, not seeing any really great prizes. No, I won't go for that. So primal spells go up by 1 level. Maybe upgrading these should be our next priority, because those summons have been really helpful. Okay, so back to this town. I am still going to focus on additional astrology points, and that is because I really do want Dimension Door as soon as possible. That seems extremely preventable. Okay, that should force them to attack the summon, which will then explode on them. Then we go for another. Okay, that's fine. So a few more creature banks here. The problem is none of it is really that good. None of it is give us a huge boost. Do at least get a level up from this, as they do start in 1 big stack, which means it's pretty simple. You drop that. Wait until they spawn. Okay, basic battle magic, and if we have a look at the sub-skills, which can sometimes be more impactful, each time we use a spell, attack increases by 1, then defense, then spell power. Attack increases by 20% of our spell power, doubles if we know sorcery. Same with defense, and cooldowns of all our spells reduces by 1. No, I don't think any of that is that important. I'm gonna go for expert luck. When friendly creatures land a lucky strike, the enemy does not counterattack. That's very situational. Spells can also land a lucky strike, and whenever a friendly creature lands a lucky strike, all friendly creatures gain +1 luck until the end of the round. I guess we'll go for the spells one. That seems fine. So we just need gems now. We could also try trading. I kind of messed up there, I forgot about these things' range. Okay, this time I'm just going to go for Twilight. Stops these being a problem. So close to death now. Vulnerability. These things I believe are, yeah, immune to pretty much all magic. So they have initiative of 12. We have initiative of 11. So I think we just need to go early start, which should be very cheap now. One's that? This one, yeah, 2. $5,000 gold. So mage skill level 5, it's just wood holding us back. So we simply trade. The only other thing is we could prioritize resurrection instead, and that allows us to really keep the Pyroburst alive, but I still want to go for this. It follows that level 5 spells should be better than level 4. So let's have a look. Doriath's Tide. All friendly creatures gain 1 speed and initiative. All enemies gain 1 speed and initiative. That's pretty nice. We have a look at the higher levels. We get +2 instead. We can reduce the mana cost and we can dispel all movement restricting effects. We also have Armageddon. Deals magic damage to all creatures on the battlefield. That is not going to affect phoenixes, but we don't have phoenixes. That's not so useful to us. And then Hixmilla's Rampage. Target friendly creature gains double strike and deals and takes 10% additional damage. And then we can just increase the level of damage there. So actually primal magic doesn't seem that important for that one, because it's already very good. Okay, those are 3 pretty good options, but I still really do want Rewind Life. We can get it. So for that we just need gems, which we are not seeing any source of. But it's okay, we can trade for that later. We do have 4 faction laws we can spend. So should we try to... It's day 3. We could try to increase Hive Queen growth. Looking at the other options, Hive heroes can see exact information about enemy heroes and cities, doesn't apply to neutral battles by the look of it. External dwellings produce upgraded creatures. This map doesn't seem to have many of those, or even any of them. Upgrading Hive creatures costs less gold. Recruiting upgraded creatures is similarly cheaper. I think Hive Offsprings is probably still better. But I also think there's no rush to pick anything. So, let's have a look. If we want to get Dimension Door, costs us 4. 4 astrology points, so that is nowhere near. Unfortunate how the range creatures split themselves up. You really have to hit that a lot of times to make it worth it. So, we do have our tier 5 spell just there. Things that simply deal damage, we actually have surprisingly few options. Could spend resources to unlock one, but we can always go for Twilight, but that feels like massive overkill. I think we just let them shoot. If they go for that, that's absolutely fine. Put down another. Once they're down to just one stack of units, they can only attack once per turn. This faction's playstyle becomes pretty simple. Okay, at this point it obviously makes sense to town portal back, and we've pretty much cleared this zone. I think we're going to have to just throw ourselves into this. So we have 5 lore points we can spend. I think these Hive offerings or offsprings abilities are the ones that are going to have the biggest difference. And gain initiative on the Hornets, those are already really fast. Hit points on parasites could be good. But yeah, I think stronger fire larvae is the one to do. So let's go. Do we wait until the start of next week to break? I don't know how seriously to take this. I'm pretty sure we saw them at fewer than 50 previously. Therefore they should have 50 to 60 units, it shouldn't be 99. This is turning into a long playthrough. I should have seen it coming, there were quite a few zones between us and the opponent. Okay, let's go back to Gehenna, and let's pick up what we can. So, these things, why not? Let's get 3 of them. Should at least be able to take some hits. More of these. We can upgrade the Chitinous Cigarette to upgrade the Apex. Okay, now this one might be worth paying attention to. So upgraded Scorpions, I feel like this doesn't make too much difference. Volcanic Scorpions, they're still pretty standard creatures, and then they have different stats, with Volcanic Scorpions being much better at taking hits. These things have the more pronounced effects from the blessings, but I don't think that makes them worth using. Apex Predator deals 50% damage, 50% more damage to targets of the same tier or higher. They do provoke counterattacks. Once per battle, this creature plainly refuses to die. Instead, the number of units in the stack of this creature remains the same as it was before the fatal attack. So 1 stacks of those are presumably very useful. Murderous Glee. Upon killing an enemy, this creature immediately gains an additional turn. This ability cannot be used 2 times in a row, but morale can affect this additional turn. And they still have that rapid assault. So both of those options feel pretty good. Menacing Reavers though, much more consistent with the damage. very high initiative either way. Maximum morale and luck till the end of the round. I don't think I'll be using that because it's so luck based. Lower tier creatures cannot attack this creature until the end of the round. I think Menacing Reavers are just the safer bet. But yeah, I think we do want to invest in those. So let's trade. Let's go Apex 2. Yeah, if we upgrade those to Menacing Reavers, we could switch these to the melee type. Pyroborus. Because we are going up against range units. Still feel these are slightly underwhelming. But Devour could be useful. If we are going to throw ourselves into that fight, perhaps we do just do it. So yeah, gem count is still too low for the rewind life. I think that's going to make such a difference that we just kind of have to prioritize it. So yeah, we just need 6 gems. Is that actually within reach for trading? We could spend our gold on it. I'm gonna do it. I'll feel a lot more confident going into this fight. We have rewind life. Then we still have 18,000 we can spend. So we'll get some more hornets. And then yeah, I guess we might as well just go for the locusts, since we have so much to spare. Then we go back to this town, and so to go for the apex we need wood, which we've traded everything away of. Maybe we just go Beelzebub's hand. I'll do that. I do want to just make that move, try to break through. So, mana situation, 43 out of 70, and then of course if we do choose to town portal, we'll have to do it next turn. Well, we can go to this at least. Does this thing expire? Seems like we can go to this again. Possibly a mistake. How are we going to get that mana back now? Don't see any wells. Still, 43, we can do something with that. Do want our mana back, so maybe we just spend a turn clearing something else in this zone if there's something else we can go for. There is this. Maybe we just spend one turn on that. We can also break through this for the experience. Let's go for this. So this stack is their only range stack. These things have a lot of movement. I wonder if we can still hold them in place with Summon Swarm. What I should have done is I should have gone for one of the laws. I do think it's worth using Twilight. Only thing with that is we need to make sure we have enough spell points to town portal next turn. But yeah, I think this is still worth doing. 99 of them now, that's really nice. Not much we can do to stop them reaching us though. Okay, we do get the high morale. It's a shame you can't free target the barriers. So we could just hold one of them completely in place by doing this. Then weaken the other. Yeah, the problem is they might go for that stack of 61. Let's actually have a look. So rewind life costs 13. We have 31. I think we can still town portal. I could also just blink these away. But then these have 7 movements. They can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then they have to choose between these 2 stacks to attack. So actually I think blink does work. I think it does. We blink these to here. And then yeah, they're actually safe. Let's actually choose to go for that anyway. But that's fine. Should we leap? Sadly, can't get close enough. Okay, let's just go for this. So Inner Glow increases their attack, defense, speed, and initiative. Okay, that's fine. As long as they still can't attack from range. Okay, I might have been better off just staying back there with the Reavers. So yeah, Unholy Resilience I don't think kicks in. I'll try going for this. They might choose to attack that instead. No, they don't, okay. I think we just accept the loss. Because I don't want to spend spell points on that. Okay, simplest option here, we go for the summon, we emerge them immediately, and they'll be forced to fight that. Okay, Expert Offense, we can get the +1 damage for all our units, we can increase the damage on summoned enemy units, and we can reduce the defense on enemy creatures. If we go for Logistics instead, we can get +1 speed on native terrain. We can teleport to the nearest city we control. That is less important now that we have Town Portal. And we can reduce terrain penalties. I think going into this next fight, we just want to reduce enemy defense. Okay, let's wait here for a turn. I didn't think that through. I've been playing for over 4 hours, so little mistakes are going to creep in. We can always Twilight, but no, I think we just... well... no, I think I'm just going to let them hit me. 4 losses to those, that's absolutely fine. We can kill these off pretty easily. These are harder to protect. But we do get to move first. This works. Ah, no, they can reach. Okay, I'm not really planning to use that stack too heavily, so it's fine. That was a very heavy guard. And I guess it's a spyglass. Okay, we actually can make it back to the town without using any spell points, but it doesn't really have any impact at this point. Okay, let's go all the way back. And we could potentially go for Mage Guild level 2 if we do a small amount of trading. So I would be a little bit tempted to go for the bank, but it just doesn't have that much impact in the short term. That's what we kind of need it for. Okay, So of these choices, I think the double attacks are going to have a bigger impact than anything else. That does take us to the next tier 4 of our laws as well. We can potentially increase the damage of our Hive Queens. I don't think this stuff is that important. Okay, let's just build something in this town at least. So it's day 5, we should perhaps think about upgrading our dwellings some more. So I will actually trade for 1 wood. Then we end the turn. So we're up to 3 points we can spend towards Dimension Door. We just need number 4. Should reach us in a few turns. Okay, back into this. So we could go for actually burning Soul Burrows. But I think we do that next turn. I think for now, let's just focus on getting as many options as possible. And then let's recruit these. Let's recruit these. And we're going to go for it. We're going to see how it goes. So 2 more we can spend. I think we go for Mana Devour. And this is now just a difficult battle. So we should be extremely qualified to break through. Yeah, as expected, there aren't too many of them. Do actually want to rush these. So they do get to move pretty soon. I have a choice. I can either try to save for Rewind Life, or I could go for this to slow them down. We can speed ourselves up by 1 and them down by 2. And by doing that, these things will drop to 11 initiative, and these will go up to 12. So it does at least swing our first move. I think I'll go for it. I assume they're not immune to it or anything like that. So yeah, we've managed to flip that around a bit. Stick this down there. So these things, of course, they flip range penalty on its head, which means just rush forward as soon as possible. We do have a shot at morale as well. Nice lucky strike there, and the high morale too, that's perfect. So that is probably that policy kicking in. Send these forward as well. And now they will start to attack us. If they focus everything on the same stack, that is fine. We can rewind life. Okay, bring 20 of those back. And that feels like it was immediately worth the investment. So just 2 losses in total, 12,000 experience. We break straight through to the next zone where there are further fights, but they're considered easy. I'm just going to ignore this for now. I'm going to try to find the next town. Bit of a weird map design going on here. I feel like this is, yeah, this has got to be the break to the next zone after this. Let's still try to take a town first. We do see our opponent. Didn't quite see what they have, but it looks like they're pretty close to us. Actually faster to ignore the road. Oh, I didn't even look at the guard. That was unwise. But feeling pretty confident now. So lots and lots of Reavers, Locusts. So stack of 18 actually gets to move next. I'm not sure what I've missed there. Seem to have picked up some extra pace. Still, I would have thought early start, which only costs us 1. Should surely flip it around. I'm not even going to look. It does work. Okay, with that being done, we go for this and it kills off both of these stacks. And we go for Heroic Strike on these. Drop the spawn. Go for the attack. Okay, only 1 spell point spent. Now we do get access to Expert Combat, so we can go for a straight attack and defense upgrade. After killing an enemy with Heroic Strike, we can use it again. Reduce the enemy's counterattacks. That feels way better than the rest. Okay, so we could stay here and attempt to get our spell points back. Guessing there's nothing in the town itself. Yeah. Similar to before. We could spend 5,000. I actually don't mind the idea of that. Take the +2 attack. So there's some stuff around we can go for. I'm not going to go for that. I'm just going to go for this instead. So ground sight really have. Neutral squad transforms into a different squad of the same strength. I think I'll just go cave in. This should be fine. They do have range creatures. So it's day 7. We definitely do want burning soul berries. And then we don't really have too much gold we can spend. So what we could do is we could increase the growth of Hive Queens. Probably does make sense to do that on day 7. Let's just go for it. As they do break through, do they take us on? Defeat expected, wow. See what we can do about that. Enemy has finished placing creatures and is waiting for us. Hopefully they don't have too much splash damage available. Okay, they've got a lot of knowledge. So their first units to move are the vampires. Their ranged units, they've got a lot of skeletons there. A lot of liches too. So we want to hit those hard. Obviously missing some of our spell points. Maybe Berserk, but it doesn't work on undead, I'm guessing, yeah. So Fireball does a small amount of damage. These are really our best spells. Let's take one more look at this. Impending Fate. Nah, it's not very strong. Yeah, I think we save it. Then we're going to drop... Well, we could wait until the end of the round to spawn in. That's probably fine to do. So the liches with their area strike, that's a big risk. I think we want to focus those down. We're not actually doing that much there. But yeah, we will go for the heroic strike on those, and then I think we do just want to move out, as in move away. We'll go down to here. Then across to here. And now this is where we really hope to do a lot of damage. Okay, so those skeletons take the hit pretty easy. I still think we wait. I think rewind life. Every round, perhaps. Okay, we still do a pretty nice amount, and we unfortunately don't get morale or luck. I think I am just going to spread myself around. A little bit scared of the liches. Yeah, they fireball those. What spell did they go for? 30% less damage. Wow, that's quite impactful. For now, we wait. Still got those skeleton archers to move. It looks like we can safely drop the eggs near the skeleton archers to try and bait them. Don't know if they'll really fall for that though. Oh, I didn't realise that was the last move of the round. That's not good. That's going to be a big swing, actually. Alright, I'm going to do something I wouldn't normally do, which is I'm going to do a post-commentary here. So I've just finished editing the rest of this video. It's taken several days. It was quite a long recording initially, nearly 5 hours. And basically, what I've done here is I've made a mistake of not realizing that the Hive Queens were my final unit to move in the first round. And that's really bad because not only is obviously Summon Swarm extremely useful to go for every single round, but it's also at its most impactful on the very first round, because that is the round when you have the highest number of hit points left across your forces, and therefore that is going to be your strongest summon of the entire battle. And this battle, obviously, my opponent here already had a stronger force on paper than I had. So missing that opportunity was extremely painful. And basically, even though I didn't say anything out loud at the time as I was recording, I had kind of already decided in my head that this was a situation where I was going to have to just do a reload and reload the autosave. Now, as some of you may have actually experienced yourselves, and you may have even seen earlier on in the video when I was messing around with the settings, when Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era was first released, in early access at least, the autosave setting was not switched on. You have to manually switch it on. So I'd already reached a point in this battle where I just thought, I don't think I played this the way I'm supposed to play this, and so therefore I'm going to reload the autosave once I lose this. And so I'm playing pretty sloppily here, and it'll get worse as it goes on. But I had very much resolved to load the autosave, and yeah, for some reason that's actually not switched on by default, which is very painful after recording for nearly 5 hours. This was actually only the third time I've played an Olden Era map to completion, so there are always going to be little mistakes here and there, and it was gone midnight at the time as well, which didn't help. Concentration levels very low at this stage, but having watched it back in editing, it's interesting to see some of the choices I made. It's been a few weeks since I originally recorded this. I actually recorded this slightly before Early Access was released. This is on a slightly pre-Early Access build, and there are a few things I'd probably do quite differently now. Like I turned down Daylight Magic on 3 separate occasions, which I think I definitely wouldn't do this time. I think I also turned down Battlecraft at one point. Both of those skills I would pretty much always take now, with the benefit of hindsight, but also just from having learned a little bit more about how to play Hive. Now, I do have very much an intention to come back and play as Hive again. I have at least 2 other strategies that I'd like to try out. I do think this faction, although I was very disappointed to find myself in this situation in the final battle, I do think Hive, at least in the kind of late game stage, does have a few really good tricks up its sleeve. So do keep an eye out for my next Hive playthrough. I am planning to do another one very soon. And yeah, I've got 2 other strategies that I really do want to be able to try out and show off. So as for this map itself, I did find that actually, at the point where I broke into the 3rd zone, even though I didn't say anything at the time, there was a sense of like, what am I supposed to be doing here? Because this map seems to have a weird lack of really high value things to go for. I think I noticed it in the 2nd zone as well. A lot of the fights I was taking towards the end of that time in the 2nd zone weren't really particularly tough, but the actual break to get through to the next zone was considered a lethal battle for quite some time, and obviously on my 3rd playthrough ever I'm not going to take any crazy risks with that. But upon breaking through, it's still not really clear what you're supposed to be doing to really scale up your power. I do think this battle, if I could have reloaded it, I would have potentially been able to win it. I definitely do think if I had reloaded and then, for example, town portaled back to my original town, we would have had 2 weeks worth of additional Pyroboros coming in. Only a turn later, after this battle actually ended up happening. So that also would have made a massive difference. But yeah, it's a bit of a weird template. I do kind of wonder if this kind of template is better for the AI than it is for a human player, because there's kind of a limit to how much you can really do as a human player on this map. Another thing that I did, I think, make a bit of a mistake about was, I think I got a little bit overexcited by the idea of Rewind Life, probably thinking of Heroes of Might and Magic 3, where Resurrection can be an extremely powerful spell. But I think Rewind Life in this case was actually pretty low impact in this battle, and I would have been better off probably focusing on just kind of a more general magic build. As for the Pyroboros themselves, I still think they're really good units. I do think this hero is very good at the early game in particular, which at the time of recording is certainly a bit of a weakness for Hive. But I think also that a proper Reaver build and a proper Summon Swarm build, which is not necessarily the same thing, are also 2 really effective strategies. So ideally I will get round to doing 2 separate playthroughs to show off both of those. But yeah, this was super disappointing, finishing up. I remember staring blankly at the defeat screen for some time, looking through my save files, couldn't quite believe that there was no possible option of loading an autosave of any kind. Definitely a mistake you only have to make once. Immediately activated it after this playthrough. I actually do have the better might stats in this fight, but I also have just a much weaker force as well, and I'm up against a hero with 21 spell power, which was an additional difficulty as well. But yeah, that first summon swarm could have really made a difference here. I don't know if I'll come back and play Highway again. I think I definitely will play Hive, and I'll probably even play it at a higher difficulty. But Highway still feels like a bit of a weird map to me. Anyway, a very frustrating situation. I would have really liked to have been able to try this battle again. I know I definitely could have played it better than I did play it. But yeah, in case you're wondering whether I ever upload defeats on this channel, this is one of them. It hopefully won't happen again too many times, and if it does happen, I will at least give it a good go with the autosaves, but unfortunately it just wasn't possible on this occasion. So we're going to come back, we're going to play Hive another time. Thanks very much for watching. I do hope you enjoyed the video and at least got to see a kind of preview of how the Hive faction works if you haven't already tried them a lot yourself. Do check the playlist link in the description for additional playthroughs you can watch. Do come back and check out my next Hive playthrough when it arrives, it won't be too long. Thanks as ever for watching, and I'll see you next time.